As you mentioned,
my understanding is that next year the next conference will be held in Japan, I believe in Tohoku University. I think that would be really good. I encourage many Indonesian researchers to attend that meeting. I think by this kind of exchange will actually improve the quality of research in this university in general in Asia. And also Japanese definitely have a lot more experiences in dealing with disaster. In fact, they just had another earthquake and the tsunamis. And I think hopefully the Japanese organizers will also invite more international researchers to participate, and this will broaden up the interactions of communication in the tsunami hazard communities. I think more communication, more discussion, and sharing the experiences will be definitely important for the future.
So many issues on disaster. It's really within the 24.
I think it's very good that this conference series AIWEST is going to be continued, and I also like very much the idea that the next event will be held in Japan, Tohoku. So it's going to branch out more internationally, and this will also bring more broader worldwide attention to it.
Universitas Ciukuala is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh Province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with traditions, cultures, languages, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of the Acehnese, Jantung Hati Rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2nd, 1961. Universitas Ciukuala was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdurrauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asingkali, who is also known as Tunku Ciukuala. He established an Islamic education center at a river mouth in Banda Aceh, which later became an official higher education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education values and Islamic laws and regulations in Aceh. In addition to the main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Ciukuala has also established a second campus in the district of Gaya Luiz. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Campus Utama, the study program outside the main campus, which was officially opened on September 2nd, 2014. Universitas Ciukuala has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school. The Faculty of Economics and Business, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Agriculture, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, the Faculty of Social and Political Science, the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, the Faculty of Nursing, and the Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, professional programs, specialist programs, master's programs, and doctoral programs. With various faculties and programs being offered, Universitas Ciukuala now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university has received numerous awards for its achievements at both the national and the international levels. For example, with Malam Diwa electric car, Universitas Ciukuala recently won as the second fastest team to compete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and international levels through its excellent research and research centers, such as the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and the Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Ciukuala also publishes numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by CINTA, the Indonesian Citation Index, as Quartile 1 and 2 journals. One of the university's journals, Studies in English Language and Education Journal, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation databases in the scientific world. Universitas Ciukuala has actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMT-GT University Network Program, and the Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Ciukuala has numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputations. The Joint Research and Publication Program, the Exchange Program, the Internship Program, the Disaster and Cultural Summer Camp, and the humanitarian program are among many others. Universitas Syekh Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers services to the communities. These tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni expand their experiences in academics, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syekh Kuala has always appreciated and placed at top priorities all partnerships and collaborations, and has managed to make the university what it is today, the heart of the Acehnese, Jantung Hati Rakyat Aceh. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian works, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syekh Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
Semangat tinggi seorang ulama besar untuk mencerdaskan bangsanya diadopsi oleh universitas ini. Oleh sebab itulah nama ulama tersebut tertabalkan pada namanya, Universitas Syekh Kuala. Berkomitmen kuat untuk meneruskan semangat dan perjuangan Syekh Abdul Rauf As-Singkili atau dikenali dengan Tengku Syekh Kuala. Sejak institusi ini didirikan pada 2 September 1961, seluruh sivitas akademika yang bernaung di dalamnya bertekad dan berupaya keras untuk menjadikannya sebagai institusi yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, berbekal semangat kejujuran, keikhlasan, dan kebersamaan. Karena tekad, semangat kerja keras dan doa inilah, universitas ini menjadi satu-satunya di Indonesia yang berhasil melompat nilai akreditasi institusinya dari nilai C ke nilai A pada tahun 2015. Dan 3 tahun kemudian institusi ini memperoleh perubahan status dari satuan kerja menjadi status Badan Layanan Umum atau BLU. Saat ini Universitas Syekh Kuala berada di peringkat 23 nasional dan sedang memperkuat berbagai sisi untuk menapaki peringkat yang lebih baik dan lebih baik lagi di masa depan. Salah satu sisi yang terus diperkuat adalah bidang penelitian dan pengembangan. Universitas Syah Kuala saat ini telah memiliki 2 pusat unggulan iptek atau PUI binaan Kemenristek Dikti atau Kemendikbud RI, yaitu Pusat Riset Tsunami dan Mitigasi Bencana atau Tsunami Disaster Mitigation Research Center atau lebih dikenal dengan TDMRC, serta Pusat Penelitian Atsiri atau Atsiri Research Center atau lebih dikenal dengan ARC. Kedua PUI ini didukung oleh fasilitas laboratorium yang memadai serta sejumlah hibah penelitian baik nasional maupun internasional. TDMRC telah lama berkiprah untuk berkontribusi secara signifikan dalam berbagai riset kebencanaan serta mitigasi bencana di seluruh dunia. Tidak hanya melakukan riset dan mempublikasikan hasil risetnya, TDMRC juga melakukan berbagai bentuk diseminasi materi kebencanaan kepada masyarakat baik di tingkat lokal, nasional maupun internasional. TDMRC bahkan terlibat aktif beberapa kali untuk ikut memformulasikan solusi bagi negara-negara yang menghadapi atau rawan bencana. Berbekal kontribusi TDMRC sejauh ini, serta didukung oleh fakta bahwa Aceh dan Indonesia secara umum terletak di lingkaran api bencana, maka tidak mengherankan jika Indonesia, Aceh, terkhusus TDMRC menjadi salah satu referensi dunia untuk bidang riset kebencanaan. Bahkan salah satu rekomendasi yang terlahir dari kenduri kebangsaan di Biren 2020 lalu, yaitu menjadikan Universitas Syah Kuala dengan TDMRC-nya sebagai pusat studi kegempaan berskala internasional. Di sisi lain, ARC PUI Nilam Aceh yang usianya relatif muda juga telah menunjukkan kiprahnya di pentas dunia. Pusat unggulan iptek ini diarahkan untuk menjadi pusat pengembangan iptek terkait nilam yang berskala nasional dan bahkan internasional. Di sisi lain, pusat riset ini juga diharapkan dapat membantu mensejahterakan para petani nilam di Aceh dan di Indonesia pada umumnya. Sejak awal, ARC memang lahir dari kesepakatan 4 pihak utama yang disebut quadruple helix, yaitu Universitas Syah Kuala, pemerintah daerah, para pebisnis, dan masyarakat. Setelah itu, berbagai kerjasama di tingkat lokal, nasional, dan internasional telah berhasil dijalin oleh ARC. Terakhir, ARC menggandeng 2 perusahaan Prancis, yaitu Nat Green dan PT General Aromatic, untuk mengoptimalkan pemanfaatan minyak nilam Aceh di kancah internasional. Semua capaian dan rencana Universitas Syah Kuala terfokus pada visi untuk menjadi institusi yang inovatif, mandiri, dan terkemuka.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home. That makes you curious for more. Adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its lands to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity, perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the virtual conference will be starting shortly. We would appreciate it if you could kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you.
I want to tell you the best journey of my life.
Now I'm in Rangit Kachil, this beautiful, amazing island. Just look around me. Amazing, beautiful. I'm so happy to come here. And beside me, I have this amazing lighthouse. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
This is the first woman I loved.
I love this place. So many palm trees.
She's the one who introduced me to this place, to let me find an answer. I think this is the time to let the adventure begin.
Hey, peruntukan nggak?
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
You can come with us. Tapi kamu harus lanjut lagi pakai kapal.
Can I join you?
Oke.
Okay, thank you.
I met good people along the way. Their kindness really moved me.
Bang Manap, ini ada kebetulan ini mau ke pulau. Tolong diantar lah.
Halo, hi, nice to meet you, Matt.
Jaman, mari.
Goodbye. See you.
Along the journey, I can see why my mom was so in love with this place. My whole sense awakened by this incredible nature. And the people were sincere can be seen and felt.
Ikan. Good.
I learned that behind every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I'm gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih. She's like the sister I never had.
I understand the meaning of her words now. A journey is about connection, interaction, mutual respect. It's about each other. Not only about receiving, but also about giving. Now I need to find the connection. The woman that she always talk about.
Ini yang kamu dapat dari mana?
Oh, di sini. This one was given by my mother.
Kamu sudah tepat datang kemari. Nah, tujuan kamu ada beberapa kilo lagi dari sini. Kamu bisa jalan agak berapa kilo lagi ke pesisir. Kamu akan jumpa dengan orang yang ngasih kalung ke mama kamu.
Excuse me. You know where is this place?
Lurus, belok kanan, situlah tempatnya.
Oh, okay, thank you.
This is the journey between me and my mom to find another home.
Selamat sore, Ibu.
Siapa itu?
Do you remember this?
Oh iya. Seren ya?
Yeah, I'm her son. Yeah, it's been so long. I've been turning all around you.
This is what Aceh has given me. A beautiful place with clear blue water and a diamond bright sands. Where kindness and comfort always here for me. A place that I call home. This is my first time in Aceh, and I know it won't be the last.
The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Aceh semakin memantapkan diri sebagai destinasi utama wisata halal kelas dunia. Memberikan kepercayaan diri untuk terus terdepan dalam menghelat event pariwisata dengan branding The Light of Aceh. Wabah COVID-19 menggantungkan sejenak optimisme yang ada. Segala lini terdampak akan wabah ini. Pariwisata terpukul. keadaan diperparah oleh beberapa musibah lainnya di Aceh. Namun, Indonesia telah menyatakan tekad untuk menuju sebuah situasi baru. Hidup berdampingan dengan COVID-19, menjalani rutinitas dengan harmoni, menuju sebuah kenormalan baru.
Pesona wisata alam dan budaya Aceh siap menyambut kembali kunjungan wisatawan. Pintu masuk destinasi wisata Aceh akan dibuka kembali. Ini menjadi sinyal positif bahwa kegiatan wisata akan kembali bangkit dan menggeliat. Mari kita saling menjaga dan mendisiplinkan diri dalam menerapkan protokol kesehatan bagi setiap wisatawan dan pelaku industri pariwisata.
Jadikan era new normal sebagai awal mula meraih harapan baru. Menggerakkan kembali sektor pariwisata. Menyajikan kembali bakat pelaku seni luar biasa di Aceh dengan pegelaran seni budaya dan tradisi yang sangat beragam, adat istiadat yang khas, tarian-tarian yang berkelas dunia. Manjakan pula mata Anda dengan menyaksikan pesona alam bawah laut di Aceh. Panorama pegunungan dan danau yang sangat indah, serta keelokan ekowisata endemik yang tak banyak dimiliki oleh belahan dunia yang lain. Dan tentu saja, atraksi yang luar biasa dan melengkapi decak kagum. Atau sensasi rempah khas Aceh yang membalur makanan khas tradisional nan nikmat yang akan menggoyang lidah Anda.
Meskipun pandemi global COVID-19 belum berakhir, namun saat ini kita seluruh rakyat Aceh sedang bersiap untuk melaksanakan tatanan kehidupan baru. Berbagai aspek kehidupan akan kita jalani dengan disertai penerapan protokol pencegahan penularan COVID-19 dengan sangat konsisten dan dengan disiplin. Mari kita tingkatkan kinerja dan produktivitas dengan tetap waspada. Jaga jarak, cuci tangan, dan selalu menggunakan masker, serta selalu berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Mari jadikan era new normal sebagai momen membangkitkan kembali pariwisata kita. Sembari terus menerapkan protokol kesehatan dan mengawasi proses tersebut bersama-sama. Jadikan new normal untuk menikmati pesona alam domestik bersama-sama orang-orang terdekat. Ada banyak spot di Aceh yang dapat dinikmati dengan tetap menjarakkan diri dari ancaman pandemi. Aceh bersiap menanti kedatangan Anda kembali. Like, love, and share Aceh. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
This is my journey, exploring through Aceh, the farthest west province of Indonesia, part of the archipelago where wonders to be revealed. Where the harmonies, friendship, local wisdom, and the reflection of Sharia to be present. Such a merry and joyful treat to be served with pride of hospitality, cleanliness, and comfort all from the locals. The taste of unique culinary that you will never find in any other place. The greatest legacy of history save many stories. The memories of the beauty remain the destiny of Allah, the pureness of nature. The heritage that we learn and proud to be part of the glorious maritime kingdom.
Sekarang, Sabang jadi bukti kejayaan pariwisata di Aceh.
This is Aceh, the history of blessed land, the beauty of amazing underwater that spoil your eyes.
that, number one, how do we be in first?
First of all, I really appreciate that I was invited to attend this meeting. As you know, that last year around the same time, I was here attending another meeting, and I can see in such a short time, about 1 year, a lot of work has been done, a lot of new results has been produced. And yesterday I attended several sessions talking about how the tsunami affected region are being recovered and the comparison between Japan and here. Very interesting. Obviously there are lots and lots of challenges facing the situation, disaster such as tsunami hazard, and a lot of work to be done. And I think we're making very good progress. And I still look forward to one afternoon's meeting.
Thank you very much. I like this conference very much, and I think it's a very relevant event where there's many scientists meeting. I'm especially impressed that people from Japan and Indonesia work together so closely. There's also other international guests, and I think both have to share experience about disaster, and it's very important, in my opinion, to commemorate this even more than a decade after such events.
My understanding is that next year the next conference will be held in Japan, I believe in Tohoku University. I think that would be really good. I encourage many Indonesian researchers to attend that meeting. I think by this kind of exchange will actually improve the quality of research in this university of Indonesia. And also Japanese definitely have a lot more experiences in dealing with disaster, which they just had another earthquake and the tsunamis. And I think hopefully the Japanese organizers will also invite more international researchers to participate, and this will broaden up the interactions of communication in the tsunami hazard communities. I think more communication, more discussion, and sharing the experiences will be definitely important for the future.
So many issues on disaster. Really, within 34.
I think it's very good that this conference series AIWEST is going to be continued, and I also like very much the idea that the next event will be held in Japan, Tokyo. So it's going to branch out more internationally, and this will also bring more broader worldwide attention to it.
The virtual conference will be starting shortly. We would appreciate it if you could kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you. Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Samsurizal, Masters of Engineering. Honorable Director of TDMRC, Dr. Shamsidik, MSc, Director of International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Professor Fumihiko Imamura. Dear Chairmen of AIWEST-DR 2021, Alfi Rahman, PhD. Welcome to keynote speakers, presenter, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Praise be to Allah, may the peace and blessing of Allah be on the last prophet and messenger, our Master Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family and companion. On behalf of the committee, may I extend a warm welcome to local and international academia, researchers, policymakers, professionals, and stakeholders to the 13th Aceh International Workshop and Expo on Sustainable Tsunami Disaster Recovery 2021. This virtual conference is hosted by TDMRC, organized as the long partnership between Tohoku University and Universitas Syah Kuala, with the primary goal is to promote multidisciplinary understanding of the latest research and innovation through the conference, to discuss possible solutions in sustainable disaster risk reduction with the theme, strengthening community resilience from compound disasters in pandemic situation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the conference, please welcome Brother Zamak Sari for Quran recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولكل وجهة هو موليها فاستبقوا الخيرات أينما تكونوا يأتي بكم الله جميعا إن الله على كل شيء قدير ومن حيث خرجت فول وجهك شطر المسجد الحرام إنه للحق من ربك وما الله بغافل عما تعملون وما الله بغافل عما تعملون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please rise for the singing of the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on screen the chairman of AIWEST-DR 2021, Alfi Rahman, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, all praise is due to Allah and blessing be upon Muhammad, the messenger. On behalf of the entire 13th AIWEST-DR 2021 committee, it is with great personal pleasure that I welcome you to the 13th Aceh International Workshop and Expo on Sustainable Tsunami Disaster Recovery. The 13th AIWEST-DR 2021 is the most comprehensive conference on issues surrounding disaster risk reduction. This year, the conference hosted by the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, Tidia Mercy, Universitas Syekh Kuala, and the International Research Institute for Disaster Science, AIWEST Tohoku University, with this year's conference of the 13th AIWEST-DR 2021 has for general theme, Strengthening Community Resilience from Compound Disaster in Pandemic Situations. It will be an opportunity to increase participants' awareness and understanding of disaster risk during a pandemic. Today we have featured prestigious speakers in keynote panel, special and parallel sessions from distinguished scientists of international standing. These sessions often lead to thought-provoking insight into many problems, so I am convinced that, like me, you are very much looking forward to such stimulating thoughts. This year, we received 115 submissions. Each submission received 2 or more reviews, and the technical program committee strictly analyzed the scores and comments of the reviews to put together as compelling a program as possible. This careful selection process was organized along with 4 major technical areas: human security, pandemic and communicable disease, community resilience and disaster education, hazard technology and infrastructure, urban planning, reconstruction and recovery. As alluded above, putting together programs of the 13th AIWEST-DR 2021 required numerous contributions from a large number of individuals, many of whom give their services freely despite the many others call on their time. I would therefore like to express my sincere gratitude to the many colleges whose dedication and commitment to excellence made it happen. Rector of Universitas Syekh Kuala, the Institute for Research and Community Service Universitas Syekh Kuala, the co-organizer AIWEST Tohoku University, the supporting institutions, University College London, University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia, UPNM, Universitas Mataram, Universitas Tadulako, Ikatan Ahli Kebencanaan Indonesia, API Center and Forum Perguruan Tinggi Penanggulangan Bencana Indonesia, the keynote and invited speakers for sharing with us their expert view on unique topics of interest. Thanks the committee for their hard work and total commitment to a top quality program on their deft coordination of session and events. The reviewers diligently evaluate all submissions, sometimes on very short notice. The session chair for their forthcoming role in ensuring a smooth running of the conference itself. And last but not least, everyone who submitted a paper to the conference and all participants, I sincerely hope that you will enjoy the conference about the unfold in the 2 days with the best wishes for a successful conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming remark by Director of TDMRC, Dr. Syamsidik MSc.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. Honorable Rector of Universitas Syekh Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal M.Eng, Vice Rectors, Faculty Deans, Head of Center for Research and Community Services Universitas Syekh Kuala, Director of International Research Institute of Disaster Science of Tohoku University, as well as one of keynote speakers in this conference, Professor Fumihiko Imamura, Professor Helena Joffer from University College London, Professor Rajiv Shaw from Keio University Japan, representatives from national and provincial departments and agencies in Indonesia and here in Banda Aceh, representatives from University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia, Tadulako University, Mataram University, and University College London, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Until this year, We have been in global pandemic situation for almost 2 years, since it was officially declared as a pandemic in early 2020. Since then, many things have changed, including what we perceive as disaster risk reductions, not to mention the impacts of the pandemic on one individual and community lives. Here at the DMRC, we were forced to cancel the AIWEST-DR 2020 that was supposed to be conducted in Jakarta. It took us some time to adapt and figure out the best way to continuously perform disaster risk reduction in this region. On the other hand, also in this year, the DMRC has moved to its new facilities and buildings at the main campus of Universitas Syah Kuala. By this, we would like to renew our commitment to collaborating with all partners who attend this event, and also to hand-in-hand working together to increase our global preparedness in this more challenging world. It is an undoubted reason to why we choose and decide to select the topic of disaster risk reduction in the pandemic of COVID-19 as one of important issues to be discussed. We expect other colleges from other regions would be willing to share their experiences and their findings to better integrate the disaster risk reduction and managing COVID-19. Simultaneously, we would like to extend our gratitude to IRIDES as our close contributing partners in AIWEST-DR since 2016. Furthermore, we also would like to thank to other universities and institutions who have been part of supporting organization for this event. Thank you to all keynote speakers, invited speakers, and moderators who have agreed to share their precious time to contribute in this event. At last but not least, thank you to all participants and committee of the AIWEST-DR 2021. Without your hard efforts and contributions, it will be difficult to have this event in place. Before I end this remark, I would humbly invite Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala to officially open the 13th AIWEST-DR. Thank you very much and have a fruitful event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Opening speech by Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Dr. Samsul Rizal, Masters of Engineering.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. Let me significantly extend our warm welcome and appreciation. The keynote speakers, Professor Fumihiko Imamura, Director, International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University, Japan. Professor Rajib Sow, Professor at Graduate School of Media and Governance, Keio University, Japan. Professor Helena Gioffi, Professor of Psychology at University College London. Dr. Safriza Rahman, Head of COVID-19 Task Force, Universitas Syah Kuala. The invited speakers, Professor Dr. Amar, University Taduloko. Professor Buan Ansari, Universitas Mataram. Dr. Samsidik, Head of DDMRC, Universitas Syah Kuala. 5 Rectors, Universitas Syah Kuala. Head of Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, Universitas Syah Kuala, Dr. Samsidik. Chairman of Institute of Research and Community Service, Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Dr. Taufik Fuadi Abidin. Representatives of media and news agencies, ladies and gentlemen, participant committee of the 30th Aceh International Workshop of Expo on Sustainable Tsunami Disaster Recovery 2021. Praise and gratitude be unto Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because we can be brought together in this scientific forum by His grace. Salawat and greeting I uphold the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. I wish to thank the keynote speakers, the presenters, for accepting our invitation to share their experiences. I recognize that they have taken the time and made the extra effort to prepare the presentation, and for this, I wish to commend them. Thank you, keynote speakers, Professor Fumihiko Imamura from Tohoku University, Japan, Professor Helena Joffe from University College London, and Professor Rajit So from Keio University, Japan, and Dr. Safriza Rahman from Universitas Syahkuala. I also would like to thank the invited speakers, Professor Dr. Amar from Tadulako University, Professor Buan Ansari from Universitas Mataram, Dr. Samsidik from Universitas Syahkuala. We give great appreciation for your willingness to attend the online activity. This coming December, we will commemorate the 17th year of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, which inspires the world disaster management paradigm. As a retrospective view, in December 2004, the earthquake and tsunami killed more than 200,000 people. Particularly, our university lost at least 111 academic staff and 102 administrative staff members and 1,426 students. We also encountered massive damage as the university facilities such as building, classroom, lab, and other academic facilities were severely devastated. One important lesson we have learned from this mega disaster is that we need to increase our knowledge capacity to face various disaster risks. Therefore, in a nutshell, it is safe our argue the technological advancement offer excellent opportunities to make our community more resilient to face any disaster in the future. We have also witnessed the important role of education and technology in serving our community and government against this, especially in science-based disaster management. Ladies and gentlemen, TDMRC was founded in 2006, 2 years after 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. TDMRC now has several existing scope of disaster research cluster. One of form of our contribution of the world of research. Since 2009, we have held international conference every year with involved researchers from Indonesia and various other parts of the world. In 2019, we have managed the 12th AIWEST-DR 2019, which was held in Sendai, Japan, with our collaborator from Tohoku University, Japan. On this occasion, I would like to thank IRIDES, Tohoku University, Japan, for their continued support in organizing and co-organizing conference. Once again, I would like to acknowledge the generous contribution to the supporting institution, University College London, University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia, Universitas Mataram, Universitas Tadulako, Ikatan Ahli Kebencanaan Indonesia, Epicenter, and Forum Perguruan Tinggi Penanggulangan Bencana Indonesia. Last year, we had to cancel the AIWEST-DR due to the severe condition of the COVID-19 pandemic. Currently, the pandemic has swept across the world, and at the moment, it is unsafe for everyone to hold this conference on site. Thus, this year, we are holding this activity online. We hope that even if we do not meet face-to-face, the essence of scientific meeting is not lost. The spirit of continue to collaborate in terms of research and publication is one of our goals. We hope that the research network that has been built before can be expanded and strengthened in the future. Hopefully, all problems, especially in the disaster impact, can be resolved with our research, innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare open the 13th AIWEST-DR 2021. Happy presentation to ladies and gentlemen. We apologize for any shortcoming and inconvenience during this activity. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prayer recitation led by Brother Zamaksari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakash syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار. اللهم أحسن عاقبتنا في الأمور كلها وأجرنا من خزي الدنيا وعذاب الآخرة. اللهم إنك عفو كريم حليم تحب العفو فاعف عنا وعن والدينا يا الله يا رب العالمين. اللهم سلم كلنا من آفات الدنيا والآخرة وفتنتها إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم سلمنا من أشرار يا رب العالمين. اللهم أعنا على ذكرك وشكرك وحسن عبادتك. اللهم أحينا بالإيمان وأمتنا بالإيمان وادخلنا الجنة مع الإيمان. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهم كما ربونا صغارا. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا تقبل منا دعاءنا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be informed to take your best position and screen and turn your camera on for a group of photo session. Kindly be informed to take your best position on screen and turn your camera on for a group of photo session. In 3, 2, 1. Is it done, Mr. Operator? Great, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have your attention to take a look at the video informing the profiles of Syekh Kuala University and TDMRC. Moving right along, we will have two keynote speakers presenting their expertise and experience, divided into two sessions. For that, kindly be invited on screen Taslia Khairan Nazaruddin ST to facilitate this session. Here is a brief educational background of Taslia. Completed her bachelor degree from Universitas Syah Kuala, majoring in civil engineering. She is a member of Disaster Risk Management Research Cluster TDMRC 2018, supervised by Dr. Ella Melianda. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us on screen Taslia Khairan Nazaruddin ST.
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, we now kindly invite you to the keynote speech session with our two honorable keynote speakers. This keynote session will be chaired by Suryane Sulistiana Susanti, PhD. Dr. Suryane Sulistiana Susanti is known as Lilis. She is a lecturer at the Faculty of Nursing at Universitas Syah Kuala and holds a PhD degree from the University of Manchester, United Kingdom. Lilius has experience as postdoctoral research fellow at School of Healthcare, University of Leeds, UK from 2014 and 2016 on global women's health. Her research interests are on women and family health related to disaster and public health setting and evidence-based practice. To Dr. Lilius, the mic is yours.
And we will have the discussion or Q&A session with him. And we will then continue with our second keynote speaker with his talk and discussion session as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question to our keynote speaker, please type it down in the Zoom chat box provided, and I will read it for you to our keynote speaker. We encourage you to open your camera and mute your microphone during the conference. Therefore, we could all enjoy the talk from all of our keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker for this morning is the director of the International Research Institute of Disaster Science, or IRIDES, at Tohoku University. He is the professor of tsunami engineering with the expert on tsunami modeling for warning, mitigation planning, and education awareness. He has conducted several field surveys as a leader for earthquakes and tsunamis damage investigations since 1992 in Nicaragua and Indonesia. So he already experienced on tsunami in Indonesia. After the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami in Aceh, he was prominent amongst those who proposed that December 26th should be an International Day of Commemoration. He argued that the simple idea could be effective in preparing people for the giant waves in the future. That is why he is very relevant and the important person to talk and share his experience in our conference. This morning, he will talk about his experience with the title 10 Years of Great East Japan Earthquake and Tsunami in COVID-19 Pandemic, Cultural, Information, Disaster, and Social Issues. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Fumihiko Imamura.
Good morning. Thank you very much for my introduction. It is a great honor for me to deliver the first keynote on this international workshop. The title already introduced, so let me start my talk by using the PowerPoint slide. So can you see my slide?
Yes, you can already see it, Professor Imamura.
Thank you very much. So this is the title. So I would like again repeat the title. 10 years passed since 2011 Great East Japan earthquake tsunami. And now we have the new risk about the COVID-19 pandemic and also global climate change. So I would like include the topics of the culture, information, disaster, and the social issue in addition to my expertise. So this is the message from our experiences from the 2011. So first one is the information and the knowledge can save lives, and the legend system can or should save the community as well. The name of the resilience is very common, and this is the ability to anticipate and respond and adapt to unexpected disruption coming from the IOC definition. And we need to strengthen disaster preparedness for response, take action in the anticipation of the event, and ensure the capacity in the place for the effective response and the recovery of the levels. Recovery and rehabilitation and reconstruction phase is very, very important and critical opportunity to build back better from the Sendai framework for DRR. So now let me start my topics today. So just go back to the some last event, including the 2004 Indian Ocean and others, of course, including 2011. So unfortunately, increasing the natural disaster, not only the earthquake and tsunami, but I focus on these. So this is a slide of the giant earthquake and tsunami over the 100 years since 20th century. So you can see the many large earthquake, sometimes followed by the tsunami and causing the big damages. This is very important, the figure showing the 100 years tendency of the giant earthquake. So in the beginning of the 20th century, I come from the Satake, professor of the ERI, University of Tokyo. In the beginning of the 20th century, we have the Colombia, Ecuador earthquake, and magnitude more or less, the magnitude 8.7, it is big. And relatively decreasing the magnitude, and in the middle of the 20th century, after the 52 Kamchatka, followed by the 60 Chile and 64 Alaska. So large earthquake happened in the Pacific Ocean at the different location and causing the big damages accompanied by the tsunami. After that, rapidly decreasing the magnitude, and it's huge earthquake. But now we are in the beginning of the 21st century. The Sumatra Andaman earthquake and the Indian Ocean tsunami happened in 2004, followed by the 2011 East Japan and Chile and others. So this is kind of very high activity of the seismology. And also we can see a kind of trend of the giant earthquake and tsunami. Every 50 years, we have kind of the very high activity. But no seismologists and experts cannot explain well. This is just a statistics. So anyway, let's go back to the 2004. This is the Indian Ocean tsunami caused by the huge earthquake offshore the Indonesia and others. you can see the generation and the propagation. So you can see the typical pattern of the tsunami traveling. It means propagation to the Thailand and Malaysia, but in the other side, it's propagating the Sri Lanka and India. So different of the depths of the ocean, we have the different arrival time of the tsunami. Almost 2 hours passed, but you can see the different effect by the oceanic tsunami. This is Maldives, Maldives countries. Many islands are located. So almost inundated and cause huge damage. And the tsunami can proceed to propagate to the east parts of the Africa. So this is the really oceanic propagating tsunami caused the huge casualties, 230,000 more. After the tsunami, the warning system was started in the ocean in each country. So 7 years passed. In Japan, especially the east part of the Japan, we have again the huge earthquake, magnitude 9. But in Japan, we have never had such large record of the earthquake in the past or in our record. Still, it is the fourth largest in the world since this century. In the 5 days, we have the 2 big aftershock, and also we have the several aftershock. But 10 years passed this year, but still aftershocks still continues. This year, February, Fukushima, March in Miyagi, and again May, Miyagi, more or less the 7 magnitude happened around here and causing the damages again. So this earthquake not yet completed. After that, the tsunami was generated, and the Japan Medical Agency, it is the Japanese government, officially issued the tsunami information, and it means warning, and each community make an order to let people evacuate. The time reaching the coast of tsunami, more or less the 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Still, it is short, but good enough, I think, to evacuate to the higher places, I think, at the time. And the 7th tsunami in the beginning, first 6 hours, it's continue after the main shock, and it's continue for 2 days. Tsunami propagate not only Japan, but also other sides of the Pacific Ocean, passing through the Hawaii, reach to the west coast of the US, and reach to the Chile in the South America. This is also oceanic tsunami. And we conducted a survey, and we can get many important information and data to make such computer graphic for the people to understand what happened at the time. So 20 minutes or 30 minutes, arrival tsunami reached to the Sandik coast. It is very complex, and you can see the amplification tsunami. This is the Fukushima nuclear plant is located and very much affected, and this is the Sendai. 1 hour after, the all coast in the Tohoku affected by the first wave. And again, there's some part of the tsunami coming back to the ocean side and propagate to the other places, and inundated, and some are reflected and propagating to others. So you can see the oscillation. So this is the typical huge tsunami affected the coastal area. So as I said, the JMA, Japan Medical Agency, started already the tsunami warning more than the 70 histories. At that time, we have also tsunami warning, And whenever earthquake happens, the JMA get the information of the epicenter of the earthquake and its magnitude. And by using the database of the tsunami with many scenarios before the tsunami happened, we can get the quantitative information of the tsunami arrival time and the tsunami height within 3 minutes. It is very rapid and very accurate at that time. But you can see the updated information of the tsunami height 3 minutes after, around the 6 meter in Miyagi and 3 meter in Iwate by the estimation of the magnitude 7.9. Actually, this should be a magnitude 9. So we have the very much underestimation of the earthquake. Its cause, again, the underestimate of the tsunami arrival time and also height. Actually, we have the more than 30 meter reach to the 40 meter tsunami height at the time. So some people get the first information from the JMA. So some of them wish to evacuate, but this information kind of stop the evacuation. So it is very big problem. But by using the other information of the tsunami, which are monitoring in real time to get the actual tsunami information of shores. First wave already reached to the 6 meter, but the tsunami should be amplified, becomes 2 or 3 times to the coastal area. So members of the JMA are very much surprised. It is so big, more than the first estimation. So they change the information of the tsunami height by using such kind of real-time data of the tsunami and updated. But it's too late. First information or rapid information is very important, but sometimes less accurate. And over time, we have the many data and we can get accurate information, but not in time for evacuation. So it is called trade-off. Still, this is a big problem. So after that, we install the tsunami observation and earthquake also by using the 5-year cable with the 150 sensors like this. This is Hokkaido's and Tohoku, Iwate, Sendai, Fukushima, like this. This is the one of most dense and accurate observation and detection system of the earthquake tsunami. So whenever earthquake tsunami, we can get the very accurate data just after the information. So it is good advances now, but still that system is very high cost and not easy to install to adapt. So still we have some kind of limitation of such good network. So now we try to apply the new way by using the AI. AI is now very effective tool to predict or estimate the many phenomena. So we have the limited information with the tsunami observation, but before that we learned by using the AI with many example or scenario of the tsunami and get the more good system. So once we can get the input by using AI, very rapidly we can predict some waveform of the tsunami by using this personal computer, not need the supercomputers, because the AI is very simple. And the third one is the nuclear power plant in Fukushima. The one of the worst nuclear incident triggered by the earthquake tsunami. The level of the risk or incident defined level 7, it is worst. So still we have the decommissioning work continues. Yesterday, I visited the site in Fukushima to see the progress. So there are many issues again to complete the decommission, but we have this some steps to improve. But it is very big challenges to clean up this one. So now let me change the topics to the post-earthquake response of the university, especially Tohoku, and including the establishment of the IRIDES, International Research Institute of Disaster Sciences, aiming to build a resilient society. Just after the earthquake tsunami, Tohoku University started a new institute for disaster reconstruction and regeneration research. So we have the 8 projects. First one is the IRIDES for the Research Institute of the Disaster Sciences. Second one is the Community Health. Third, Environmental Energy. Fourth, ICT. Fifth, Marine Science. And sixth, Nuclear Decommissioning. Seventh, Industrial Restoration Support. And last one is the Industry Academic Collaboration. Both are very important to support the affected area and support also the generation of the community. And additionally, we have the many plans, more than 100 various volunteer projects started at that time. So first one is the IRIDES, New Research Institute, with the 7 divisions and 36 fields. You can see the figures showing the disaster management cycle. So before the generation of disaster, we need the knowledge or sciences to prepare the hazard map or some kind of for the education. After the generation, we need the information and warning and support to the evacuation and human and social get the information and save and move to the shelter and talking about some planning for the recovery and so on. And fourth is the medical sciences. It is very unique to save the life, especially the rescue team we have. We work very hard at that time. And recovery reconstruction topics, we have special team for this. And the last one is the tradition and archive to tell our experiences and lesson learned. And seventh is a kind of the collaboration from the companies. So this is the framework of the each research division according to the disaster management. So we have the mission to establish the practical disaster management studies to identify and summarize disaster-related phenomena in each stage of the disaster cycle, before and just after and the recovery and reconstruction process, to establish the area of the disaster management studies that support building the society more resilient to disaster, I think. So this is the many research group according to the disaster cycle. So I'm the expert of the tsunami. So we also revise our technology to predict the tsunami. So tsunami is a wave, and after the earthquake, we can simulate or we can predict the tsunami behavior, water as the water wave. But after the 2011, we found out that tsunami is a wave and it caused a big change of the topography. It means the sediment process. erosion and deposition and change the topography like that. You can see the changeable color from blue to brown. So it means the many suspended the load and sediment and sand moved by the tsunami. It changed topography and become the a kind of the black tsunami. It's high dense and including the some chemical poison. So now the first negative wave coming and some velocity of the tsunami accelerate and causing the big suspended load, and you can see the vortex. So many sand and some soil are trapped by the such kind of vortex. So this is the new technology to tsunami risk assessment. Tsunami no more seawater, including the some sediment. So it caused again other type of the natural disaster. So by using such the information, we try to establish the legend city. So this is the figure showing the idea of the disaster risk reduction and build back better on the resilience curve. So this is the vertical axis. It is the activity and horizontal axis with the time. So someday a disaster happens somewhere and some level rapidly decreasing, and we need a response. But sometimes not recover yet. So we have not reached to the level as before. But again, another disaster happened, and we have such a curve. So it is called negative spiral. So non-sustainable development. So we need the revise. We need improve such situations. So of course, before the disaster, we need preparedness and to make a small the direct damage. And we need more effective response to increase this curve for recovery and reconstruction. And the level of the activities should be much better than before. So someday another disaster happened, but we have the small effect like this, not again back to the level as the before. So this is called a positive spiral. We can develop the sustainable development. So especially this third process is very important. So this is not only infrastructure, but some people and community powers and many aspects. So we are going to analyze such process more. So now we have another risk. It is called the COVID-19, and our team, IRIDES, started the research group for the building resilient society, including COVID-19. By utilize the experiences and lesson learned from 2011. So this is a different type of the risk, but many common tools and common idea to reduce the damages. And we started some group. First one is the natural and social science collaborated research group to learn the history and apply to the modern current situations. And the second one is a strategy for the business and the business continuity plan. We have the BCP plan or BCM management for the case of the earthquake or flood. But we apply the idea of the BCP to the case of the COVID-19. Of course, this is a different type of the risk and effect and many differences. But as I say, we have the common tool and even the different timing, but we can modify such a timing, I think. So anyway, this is the first team to develop new collaboration to learn the experiences from the past pandemic. So almost 100 years ago, as you know, Spanish influence is very, very affected globally. Actually, 3 years later, a great Kanto earthquake in the Tokyo and Yokohama happened and causing the worst damages at the time. So the pandemic first and the earthquake other damages later kind of happened. So we have a kind of combination and complex disaster at the time. And now we have the, actually 18 years ago, 2011, Great East Japan, and we have some many lessons learned and experiences to fighting the natural disaster. And some of them can apply to the COVID-19. They're following some information and getting some knowledge, and we react for the new type of the disaster. So what did past panic experiences teach as a lesson for the subtensional earthquake disaster? And will the lesson of the recent earthquake be put to use this pandemic, COVID-19? So this is the research question for us. So in the past, pandemic past, and the earthquake later. And this time, earthquake, tsunami partly happened and followed by the COVID. So again, there's still a kind of combination, and we can say a complex disaster happened. And this is combination natural and social sciences by using the many data combined. So still we are going on, and this is still open the many collaboration. And here almost Japanese, sorry, and here document and storm memory stone, not only the natural disaster, but also COVID-19. And we have the culture by painting, and we have the religion, kind of shrine and Buddhist. So in which we have some experiences and knowledge. And we started a website to compile the related information as much as possible. So some kind of technical support to compile more information easily, and we have the big discussion with the different experts how we can get some lessons from the past experiences. So BCP of the infection diseases. So earthquake, we have the such kind of type. It is the time is short, but some COVID-19 influence the many long term, and we have many I cannot say peak. So still we revise the BCP to fit the COVID-19, but essentially this idea of the BCP very much useful, I think. The last one is the transfer the experiences and lesson learned from 2011 and others by using the network activities. So this is the name of the 311 Densho Road Promotion Organization. We started 2 years ago to support many activities and facilities for the memory of the 2011. Densho means the transfers. So you can see the map. This is Aomori, Iwate, Miyagi, Sendai, Fukushima. So this is the Tohoku area. So we have the damaged hotel and the new museum, and this is damaged rain station and some building of the school to save the teacher and the student and many. So more than 200 building and some damaged houses and memory of the stone and other planting the tree and many activities. So along the coast. So we need a network of the disaster memory facility, especially to conduct various initiatives and promote projects related with the disaster risk reduction in order to learn lesson of the Great East Japan earthquake. So as I mentioned, many ruin and some exhibition facilities and the museum keep and constructed and started in affected area. So we need a kind of organization by the network. So now let me introduce our activity to transfer the experiences. Just now, we already passed the 10 years.
世界の皆さん、この風景見えてますか？ 10年私たちがかけて今に至るまでの村づくりはカメラで見えるかな？ずーっと海の幸がとても美味しくてすごい自然に恵まれてるところです。
その津波って悲しいこともありましたけれども、でも離れられない自分にとっては素晴らしい場所。
語り部自体は最初はすごくやりたくなかった。真実を伝えることって大事だと思ったし、来てもらって話すことで伝わることがあると思ったから。
Every time I do Kataribe, it's a reminder to myself that this is how I should live every day, and I should thank to each person that I meet every day, because I never know if I see them again.
So I want to show the success story of survivors against the tsunami.
もう亡くなった悲しいっていう気持ちもあるけど、それ以上に喋ることによって伝えることによっていろんなことを思い出すことができるっていうのが自分にとっては嬉しい。そっちの気持ちの方が強いです。
I want Otsuchi to become a place that they felt the importance of the place called home.
この町の人たちともう一度みんなが助かれる町を作りたくて語り部を行っています。
この海全体が私たちを育ててくれたので、だからこれからも海と共存しながらこの町で一生過ごしていきたい。
津波前の町以上の町を作りたいっていうのが自分の強い気持ちですね。
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. So this is kind of promotion video to introduce our activities. This is the last slide of the conclusion in my talk. We cannot do more than we prepared. We can do something, but not more than. So pre-disaster prevention, it means preparedness can certainly reduce the damages, but it cannot reduce to them. But the good information and applied information and knowledge can save lives. But the judgmental response are required under the uncertainties circumstances, and it's very unexpected. For this, we need to build the resilient society to save not only life, but also the communities. So resilience is the ability to anticipate, respond, and adapt to the unexpected disruption, as I mentioned. And any kind of risk, including COVID-19, to fighting this one. So we need the knowledge, and we need the facility, and we need collaboration to reduce. On the resilience curve is proposed. we should save communities. So this is the last message in my talk. Thank you very much for the some or many questions and comments. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Professor Imamura. It was very interesting and wonderful talk from you. I haven't greeted you earlier this morning before the talk. How are you, Professor Fumi Imamura?
Very fine.
Okay, thank you. I thank you very much for your presence at our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, if you have any questions or want to discuss the talk with Professor Imamura, I encourage you to type it down in the Zoom chat box provided, and I will read it for you to Professor Imamura. We've already have several questions to you, Professor Imamura. May I read it for you?
Yes, please read for me.
Okay. First question. Good morning. My name is Roy Gozi, and I want to ask a question to Professor Imamura. I read about big seawalls in Japan, which can reduce the risk of tsunami. My question is, how sure you are about these seawalls? And can these seawalls really withstand tsunami waves? And then how much time can the people use to get evacuation because of it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the seawall is one of the structural measures to directly reduce the tsunami impact. But sometimes we need very high seawall and big constructions. So it is very cost. We need big money and affect the environment and escape. So we try to, I can say, maximize of the seawall and harmony with the nature and others. So we propose a two level. So level one is the mainly protect the seawall. It is the structure countermeasured. And the second level is the more than this level. So we cannot stop completely by the seawall. And we need the all kind of countermeasure, including the evacuation and some using some green infrastructure. And it means the mangrove or pine tree and combined with the structures. So level one is maybe once 100 years in Japan case. It is frequent. But the 2011 is the very special, maybe once 400 years or once 1,000 years and more than the 30 meter, 40 years. It categorized to the level 2. So just after the 2011 reconstruction, we introduced the level 1 to the affected area to construct the as low as possible, maybe 5 meter to 10 meter high, still maybe very high in Indonesia case. But yeah, we have the minimum level of the countermeasure. And this is not only for the tsunami, but also typhoon and storm surge. Now, global warming effect is significant, even Japan and other countries. So we need to increase the level of the risk reduction for all coastal hazards. So this is my question answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There is another question, Professor Fumi Imamura. What strategy did the Japanese government implement to relocate settlements in areas that are at risk of tsunami? Because it looks so difficult in here.
Yes. Yeah, any places, it's very difficult. So after the 2011, Japanese government proposed several types of the reconstruction. So, for example, one is they remain the same place, but construct the seawall or elevated the ground level and more safe. But the other plan is going to the higher level for the living and some important facilities, school and some the governmental office. So we need kind of the many plan, and government, community can select one of them or some of them and combined. So we have actually many cases for reconstruction. So sometimes don't enough to the support technically and financially. Still, we have some issue and not trouble, but issue, how we can develop some community after the finishing the infrastructure. Still, we need the process of reconstruction for Regent City. It's okay?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Professor Imamura. There is one more question. Do you think, are there any differences regarding the preparedness towards disaster, including tsunami or any other disaster, from the social aspect of the people? So this is interesting. During the pandemic compared to before the pandemic. So are there any difference before and after the pandemic, the preparedness of the people towards the disaster, Professor Imamura?
Thank you very much for important question. So still we are discussing some differences and similarity for the some kind of management. So before the disaster, it is the preparedness. It might be very much differences and some variety for the each risk or each disasters. Earthquake, tsunami, flood, and COVID-19 and others, they are different. But it is compared to the one, how can I say, manual or the guidebook or something with the several chapter for each. But after the this happened, it means response and recovery and reconstruction. It is, I think, almost same for the all kind of the risk, but the timeline is different, but the process is same. So we need kind of the integrated can I say management system, especially after the disasters. So maybe it is the one suggestion from us now. Maybe we need more discussion.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. Still related to the previous question, Professor Imamura, this question is specifically on the youth. What do you think for the younger generation for their opportunities to be better than the previous generation in order to, compliance or their preparedness towards the disaster?
Right. So now, unfortunately, the many disasters and risks happened, and not safe no more. So the young people already aware and thinking about their kind of say contribution to the safety community. Most of them, I think. And especially before the 2011, even we have the education system, a disaster education system, but it transfer or give only knowledge. But we need actually, can I say, some kind of response and ability to support ourselves or other people, and we need a kind of judgment for the many cases, even it is unexpected. Such practical powers, practical ability is very important in education. So after the 2011, the new education system started to enhance such wide education for the young people, and the young people are now getting more good knowledge and response and ability to make collaboration with others, I think. So it is a good situation, I think, better than before.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Imamura. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, Professor Imamura, we have lots of questions for you, but unfortunately, our time is very limited. Perhaps the committee will summarize all the questions later on, and if you finding the time, perhaps we could deliver the question for you if you don't mind, or so the participants will get their answer from you, Professor Imamura.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it is very happy. So welcome to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Imamura. Right. Thank you once again, Professor Imamura, for your wonderful talk and experience sharings in our conference. And now, on behalf of the committee, I would like to provide you with a certificate of appreciation for your contribution in the conference, if you don't mind. Yeah. Committee, is the certificate already available?
Yeah, I can see this. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Dear Professor Fumihiko Imamura, thank you very much for sharing with us as a keynote speaker in our AIWEST-DR 2021. And please accept this certificate of appreciation from the committee. And we hope to see you again for our next AIWEST-DR. Yes. And hopefully you can visit Banda Aceh, Indonesia in the near future, Professor. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Imamura. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Professor Fumihiko Imamura. Let's give applause for Professor Fumihiko Imamura. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to our wonderful second keynote speaker. He is the professor in the Graduate School of Media and Governments in Keio University, Shonan Fujisawa campus. He is a Japanese national of Indian origin and the senior fellow of Institute of Global Environmental Strategies, Japan. And he is also the chairperson of two Japanese NGOs named SIDS Asia and CWS Japan. Our speaker is also the chair of United Nations Science Technology Advisory Group for Disaster Risk Reduction and the co-chair of the Asia Science Technology Academic Advisory Group. His research expertise includes community-based disaster risk management, climate change adaptations, urban risk management, and disaster and environmental education. With all of his experience, he is the right person to share about his expertise in our conference this morning. In this session, he will talk about governments, technology, and citizen behavior in pandemic, lessons from COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Rajib Swal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shaw.
And a very good morning from Japan. Thank you very much for inviting me. After this very eloquent presentation of Imamura Sensei, it's always difficult to actually give some other comments or give some other perspective. I really enjoyed Imamura Sensei's presentation. I learned a lot always hearing from him. But let me talk a little bit different topic today. I will be talking today about the COVID-19 pandemic and especially try to focus on how this particular pandemic experience gives us lots of new learning for overall disaster risk reduction. So let me share my screen. I hope you can see it.
Yes, we can see it clearly, Professor Shaw.
Okay, so let me, before I go into COVID pandemic, let me put a few context all of us, we know that in 2015, it was a landmark year. We thought that we have solved many problems with three major international frameworks, the Sustainable Development Goal, then Sendai Framework, and Paris Agreement. 5 years after this 2015, in 2020, we had, it became another super year on many, many different reasons. It was actually the 5th year from all these major international frameworks, and there were lots of plans and all this thing, but everything was overpowered by the global pandemic and all the losses, both life loss and different types of livelihood loss, what we have been seeing, what we have seen, and also what we have been seeing. So we actually did some analysis of this particular three framework. This was back in 2016, so immediately after the frameworks were published. And we found some very interesting commonalities. Especially, I would like to highlight here this use of this term local. How many times it has been used? 10 times in SDG, 48 times in Sendai, and 9 times in Paris Agreement. How this term has been used in terms of local authorities, local communities, local government, local knowledge, priority, adaptation, and so on. So I think one of the key lessons what we get from here, that although we talk about the global framework, but its implementation are always local. And all the global frameworks are currently highlighting this particular local issue. So that's one very important point. I will come back to this issue a little bit later. Now, many of you, or maybe all of you, know Sendai Framework, 2015 to 2030. So I did this a search on this word called health, how many times it has been used in Sendai Framework. Sendai Framework is 37 pages with all the covers and all this thing, the PDF file, and it has been used 76 times. So what does it mean is that health issue has been very much integrated into this overall Sendai Framework. It has been we have been talking about the primary, secondary, tertiary healthcare at the local level, at different types of like health technology or different types of healthcare system. So it has become actually a very, very important part of the overall disaster risk reduction. And we have been so far talking about maybe different types of health impacts of disasters. What we usually see, whether it is the vector-borne disease or the waterborne disease, usually we see in different flood-related area or drought-related area. So another important part of Sendai Framework is the scope of hazards have expanded. Earlier, we were mainly talking about the natural hazard, but I think Sendai has focused very strongly on the biological hazards. Then natural hazards induce technological disasters, what we call NATEC, cascading risk, complex emergencies, and so on. So Sendai possibly gave us totally like, in 2015, it was giving some hint that, yes, we need to possibly think about more cascading complex emergency. And now in 2020, 2021, we have been actually experiencing that how to address those complex emergency. And this non-traditional stakeholder, the private sector, science technology community's role possibly have never been so much emphasized than before, like what we are seeing currently during the pandemic. When we talk about the biological hazards, it just happened that we published this particular book, Public Health and Disasters, with one of my colleagues from Chinese University of Hong Kong, Emily Chan, in 2020. And also the WHO published their Health Emergency Disaster Risk Management Framework, what we call the Health EDRM, in 2019. And then also many of you know about this resilience scorecard, which is the safer city or the urban areas resilience scorecard. So there, UNDRR has added an health addendum in 2019. So in 2019, 2020, we were talking about health, but we never thought that this health issue will be so prominent in every parts of our life all through this like 2020, 2021. I don't know maybe how many years from now. But one thing we'd also like to highlight here, that when we talk about the health, it's not only when I talk about the health emergency or the health response on the disaster management, I think we need a different expertise. It's not only just the health expert, but we need also financial or the fiscal policy expert. We need the data expert. We need the supply chain or the logistic manager, transportation planning. So we have been talking about transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary for many years. But I think, again, what we have seen in last 1.5 years or close to 2 years, that the real transdisciplinary collaboration, bringing all different types of disciplines together to have one single goal, which is this pandemic response. And that's possibly give us also some sort of new thoughts that how we should bring this type of transdisciplinary collaboration in future for other types of hazard response as well. This is also very popular chart. Those who are following the World Economic Forum Global Risk Outlook, so you have been seeing that one, that earlier, although it was economic risk, but gradually it has been changing to the environmental risk, whether it is climate change, whether it is extreme event, those are taking in front of the likelihood as well as impact. Last year, this is 2021 report, which talks about last year's risk. Of course, infectious disease comes top in terms of the impact, and we have seen that one. But if you see the likelihood, still there are the top 3 are the environmental risk. So in spite of all the infectious disease issues, what we have been seeing, possibly channelize lots of our resources, but we should not forget also the climate risk, other environmental risk, extreme weather, and so on. And another 2 things are coming very strongly, and these 2 points, digital power concentration and digital inequality. So what we are seeing is possibly that a major digital divide, and that will possibly be one of the major risks. We often use nowadays this word, the digital poverty, like the poorness of accessibility of the digital world. I think that is dividing us very, very strongly, whether it is in the age group. Of course, the aged population, they don't have possibly that much of digital connectivity, whether it is age group, whether it is gender group, whether it is rich and poor, whether it is urban and rural, at different level, actually, this digital inequality become a major risk, and how we address that, I think that will be a major problem. So in summary, the global frameworks, my first starting point is the global framework talks about the local implementation. Sendai has a very strong focus on the health issue. Sendai has also expanded different types of hazard. We are talking about the complex emergency and also this infectious disease, technological risk, and the livelihood crisis is becoming. Now coming to the COVID-19 pandemic and how Japan has been responding to it. Again, I will start by telling what is written in this here, that the pandemic is global, but its responses are local. And we have seen that one. There is no one solution fits for all the countries, because ultimately it is the local legislation, it is the people's culture, it is the people's behavior, the technological regime, which actually talks about the overall response. So before I go into this Japan actual response, a few contexts, like all of you know that it is a very high proximity to China. Like there were 7 daily flight before this pandemic from Wuhan to Tokyo, 7 flights. So you can see that it was very, very high proximity. Aged population is very high in Japan. And then also those who have been to Japan, you know that how densely populated the major metropolis like Tokyo, Osaka, Yokohama, Nagoya are, and the public transport, what you are seeing here in the photo. So there are a major risk. Then on the legal aspect, the Japan's constitution does not permit a forced lockdown. So the government there are emergencies. We had national emergency, but this is only on the request from the government to the people to follow certain protocol, to stay in home or to not to go out by after this time and so on. So this is only on the appeal based. And this is very, very important. And this is actually totally different from what we see in many other countries, maybe including Indonesia, that since the government could not have a forced lockdown, it is the people's behavior, being a responsible citizen, that is the key of the whole pandemic response in Japan. And I think my takeover from here is how we can actually have that type of responsible citizenship, or being more aware about the risk, not only for the pandemic, but bringing that culture into other natural hazard response. I think that's a very, very important part. Vaccine complexity, there are the major vaccine complexity in Japan. I won't go into the detail of that. From previous past experience, Japan's vaccine, it needs actually lots of different steps. Even these are approved outside. For any vaccine which has to be approved in Japan has to be tested on Japanese nationals in Japan, not outside, in Japan. And that actually takes a little bit longer time. I will come back to this issue when I talk about the vaccine. So cases is 123 million population Japan. So the total cases is 1.72. The death was 18,000. And that is very significant. The cases will increase, but the death actually shows the response or the preparedness of the health system. We had 5 total peaks. What you are seeing here, 1, 2, the initial peak was as early as February, March last year. Then there were other 4 peaks, and then after the Olympic, there was the highest peak. And now the numbers are become quite good. Say, for example, Tokyo had so far the least number recorded yesterday, which was 17, with a population of 20 million. So you can imagine that it is really coming down. So how with this, my main point here, that how this death, the number of people who died due to COVID, how this could be reduced to still, I think, quite, with all the high risk, still I think the number is quite low compared to many other countries. This is the pure risk governance, and where I say it's the science-based decision making and risk communication. So Japan knew that this peak will come, but how you can actually delay that particular peak to make your health system a little bit more robust, to make more beds for the people. You know that Japanese houses are very small, so the contamination risk is very high. So you cannot do the isolation in home. So you need lots of spaces. So many of these hotels were turned into this type of isolation or the quarantine facilities, or making some sort of makeshift hospitals which can actually have COVID-19 beds, lots of these oxygen cylinder, oxygen concentrators, and all those type of the equipments and so on. But to do that, these 2 things were very important. One is the cluster approach. At the very beginning, Japan started to identify the cluster and try to make sure that the cluster does not spread. And then a very detailed scenario planning. And when you do the scenario planning, the role of informatics becomes extremely, extremely important. So the information technology expert, the epidemiologist, virologist, the logistic planner, of course, the medical public health specialist. So I think, again, what I mentioned earlier, the real transdisciplinary collaboration was extremely, extremely important to make this scenario planning. And the scenario has to be the worst case scenario. So this was a very important thing, that it was a high level expert group, and which actually we have been hearing this word called infodemic, that how you challenge infodemic through science-based governance. On 14th February last year, it's 2020, so when the first COVID case was reported, so then Japanese government formed an expert group. It was a high-level expert group formed under a cabinet decision, and which consists of, again, all different types of disciplines, from infectious disease to public health to virology to lawyer, data scientist, logistic expert, AI specialist, and so on. And they keep on doing lots of simulation exercise. And one of the very important part, and this is still actually ongoing, that the regular press briefing jointly by the minister and head of the expert group. So this is the regular one, the health minister and the head of the expert group. And periodically, say for example, when emergency comes or when emergency is lifted for this type of major decision, Prime Minister himself and also the head of the expert group comes together. And here I see a very important thing, that it's not just the political leader, because there are lots of questions which needs to be answered by the expert, by the science. So both are present in all the press conference, and they are actually, again, because this is a very, very new risk, we don't understand the virus, and there are lots of confusion, lots of fake news around. So how you actually provide the right information, science-based information, I think that from the very beginning, and it is still ongoing. So my, again, main take here is that science-based governance system is possibly one of the key lessons from pandemic. The vaccine part, that Japan, if you see that it started vaccine quite late, like when Europe, US, they had a very high vaccine rate already, but it started little bit maybe from April onward, because again, this approval takes time. But then once you start and once you make the system, I had 2 doses and it doesn't take more than 15 minutes. So it is very, very systematic. So I think the system creation, maybe initially you spend a little bit of time to create that system, but the system maintenance, how you actually maintain that particular system in a more rigorous systemic way, I think that is one of the, again, key lessons which possibly we need to learn. But in spite of all these things, I think last year what we see is many different types of natural hazard, be it the forest fire, earthquake, typhoon, drought, locust intrusion, flooding, and so on. So these actually posed lots of new challenges. And these are some of the photographs which I took from southern part of Japan in Kumamoto. So there were major flooding in Kumamoto last year. And so we went there for some survey. And we found that there are totally new type of governance mechanism coming up. And what I say, the adaptive governance, which address the multiple risks. Of course, how you maintain a safe distance in the evacuation shelter, how you make the critical health monitoring, how you ensure the air circulation. And these were not written earlier in any of the disaster manuals. So these are all new learning. And possibly there will be also new learning. So this adaptive governance becomes very, very important. And I always say that adaptive governance is not ad hoc governance. It has a very strong scientific justification behind that. So our role from science would be like how we make this adaptive governance more science-based, more robust, and making it more applicable for the future uncertainty, because we never know that what will be the future new risk. And you have seen that the new risk landscape is changing. There are lots of new issues are coming up. So we will be needing to have a better coping mechanism to address through this type of adaptive governance. So 3C, so about the citizen part I mentioned earlier, that this 3C was the basic principle: closed space, crowded space, and close contact. So avoid these things, and that was actually they translated it in different language, even for the foreign residents in Tokyo or in other parts of Japan, and it became a sort of like the key of this pandemic response, and it is still ongoing. Even in the trains or in the public spaces, you will see lots of this type of display. And these are some very innovative way Tokyo metropolitan government has done. Like these are some of the symbols in Tokyo, in between Tokyo and Yokohama. So when there are high alert, not everybody is actually looking at the numbers every time. But if you have this type of symbol, like red means that it has already crossed the threshold for Tokyo. So the Bay Bridge, or this is Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building. So actually they made this type of color code just to make public aware about that. We need to be careful. Again, as I mentioned, that you can't have a forced lockdown. There is an emergency, but still how you actually convey this type of invisible risk to the people in a better way, I think that's a very, very important part. So in one part, it is with the science, like the Prime Minister or the Minister and the head of this expert group, they are doing the joint press conference together. That's one way of addressing this infodemic, but another way also to make public aware through different types of visual images and so on. So we did some research last year. We are still continuing some research on this COVID. So we developed this very simple risk assessment tool. We call the COVID-19 risk assessment tool. We have a paper also on this one. So we try to understand the individual risk actually. This is more as an individual risk based on health, behavior, exposure, and social policy. So whether like you are living in a residential, like what is the residential type, whether you are living in a mansion or in an individual house, so your exposure will be different, how is your behavior, what is your age, and so on. And it actually gives you some idea. And then with the GPS data, that also gives to the local government some idea that where is the concentration of the risk. Our couple of other papers are on the citizen behavior. So this is what we try to understand, that how COVID pandemic response actually helped in initial flattening of the curve. And we found that this, of course, the government response, which is more on the science-based, then the culture, healthcare system, sanitation, food habit, immunity. So I think there are many different factors. Possibly we can still make more deep into this, that in spite of all this issue, in spite of this 20 million people, of course it has high peaks and you always learn from the experience, but the total, the average number of deaths, the total accumulated death has been at least tried to some controlled way. And there was some pressure to the health system, especially after this Olympic. But I think the people, they had already this worst case scenario. So there were lots of alternative measures. So possibly I'm repeating it again, like how you make the proper scenario in advance, worst case scenario, how much science you are putting behind that scenario. I think that scenario planning part is very, very important for this type of very invisible and unpredictable risk. I talked about the digital divide, and this is a classic example of digital divide in Japan. We have been working in this prefecture called Kochi Prefecture, which has low digital penetration, very high aged population, extremely high seismic risk. There will be if there are this worst case scenario of Nankai, what we call the worst case earthquake and tsunami. So there will be 35 meters tsunami arriving within 9 to 10 minutes in this particular area. So, so that's a major challenge actually, which are coming up here. So there are lots of new issues which are coming up, and possibly there are different types of evacuation system. Earlier we used to think about the vertical evacuation, the tsunami tower. Now we are thinking about more on the horizontal evacuation, like it's on the tunnel in the mountain, and so that I went to actually see there, and it's the first time I saw an horizontal evacuation where you go there and stop, close the gate, and then you can actually stay there for at least a few hours or even for 1 or 2 days till the water recedes. There are CCTV camera to monitor from outside what is the current situation because of, again, the aged population. So I think with all those issues, let me finish with a couple of the other issues, like what we are now currently doing in this very changing landscape. I think the data issue is becoming more and more challenge. Means we have been talking about the data sharing and all this thing, but nowadays I think we talk about the open science, open data, and open governance. So that's a totally new trend. We have some good examples in Japan. We had a major landslide in Shizuoka, and with a very interesting open data. It's more like the 3D point cloud data, which was actually shared earlier as an open data, and with that some of these people who like the tech people who does lots of work on the drone or artificial intelligence and the virtual reality, so they could make this damage assessment and that damage assessment within a very short period of time, actually within 6 to 7 hours, and that damage assessment was used by the prefecture vice governor for actual response mechanism. So there are, I think it's still possibly early stage, but I think we are trying to see this type of open data policy. There are lots of innovations, as you know, that we call the acceleration. So it is a technological acceleration called the tech-acceleration. I don't know how to pronounce that, but there have been lots of new technologies which are coming, whether it is the healthcare, education, ways of working, drone deliveries, and so on. This is a very interesting work which we have been doing with one company called Water, and this is AI-based water solution mainly for the hand wash. They have you can actually Google their website, wota.co.jp. They have also English website, and this is with 20 liter of water, you can actually keep on actually washing hand, and especially during this pandemic when hand washing becomes very, very important. Now we see this one very commonly used in many supermarket when you enter into the supermarket or in the or in the departmental store like that. So so this is very simple, innovative and affordable technology, especially AI-based water solutions and so on. This type of robots and like use of the robot at the very beginning and facial recognitions, big data, AI. So there have been quite a bit of technological evolution. But I would like to end like in Iwamura Sensei's presentation, I heard that there was a question about this youth participation, youth involvement, and so on. So I would like to end this particular presentation on that particular note, that I think this is the right time for developing this youth entrepreneurship, which is still very much lacking in disaster risk reduction. We still, when you talk about the private sector involvement, 20 years back, we used to think about only the reinsurance company. Now, possibly some major companies with different types of product which are coming up. But I think the new startup in the field of disaster risk reduction, new entrepreneur, new social innovation, that is possibly still very much lacking. And one of our role in the university will be to establish possibly some of these incubators or the incubation center in the university with partnership with the private sector, government, civil society, and how we can actually develop this whole new group of sciencepreneurship who bring science, but with an entrepreneur's mindset and try to provide different types of solutions. We have been doing some work on this particular aspect, and I strongly hope with great leadership of this Shakulla University's TDMRC, possibly your university, your group can actually try to mark this new beginning in Indonesia, especially to bring lots of developing the social entrepreneurship mindset within the youth, and that will possibly bring a totally new dimension in the disaster risk reduction. We have been doing some online hackathon and so on, and lots of these young people, and I have found that this collaboration among different countries become actually lots of very interesting things. This one we did it with Keio University student and some students in India, and we tried to address some of the SDGs and found some very, very interesting ideas which came by the students. So I don't give a conclusion, but these are some of the possibly key words, whether it is citizen behavior, whether it is governance, whether it is science and technology, innovation, entrepreneurship, and so on. So with that, I end my presentation here. Thank you very much for your kind listening.
Thank you, Professor Shaw. It was very interesting and wonderful talk. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some questions for Professor Shaw. I will read it to Professor Shaw. Perhaps because our time limitation, I will just pick one or two questions to Professor Shaw, if you don't mind, Professor Shaw.
Sure.
Okay. The first question is, can it be said that China failed in the health system so that COVID-19 could spread into a pandemic case? Or the WHO too late to declare COVID-19 as pandemic, so the other countries are not prepared for it? Please, Professor Shaw.
Yes, it's a politically complicated question. I am possibly not in a position to respond to this China WHO relationship, because I really did not analyze that one. What we usually see is through media, and we never know that which media to trust, which not to trust. But my very specific, simple take on this one, yes, like maybe there are some focus, like some lack of responses in China. But I think, but on the contrary, China has actually shown tremendous application of new innovation, science and technology, especially to respond to that. And for WHO, that's again a sort of complicated thing, possibly to making it, people argue that making it a global pandemic was a little bit late. We should have done it beforehand. There were already some information. I will not go again on those type of controversial issue, but I think that when we talk about this infodemic, like this type of new invisible risk, the transparent information is very important. Science-based information is very important, because we need to trust science on this one. And I think COVID-19 has actually brought back the importance of science and faith or trust in science when we see that, yes, the vaccine is working. So my take for this whole complicated issue is that I think we should invest more on science. We should listen to more on science, and science should also not be from the scientist side, but it should also try to address all the social needs, and the science policy dialogue becomes very, very important. Thank you.
Okay. There is one last question, perhaps because our time is very limited. Professor Shaw, I want to ask you, what is the role of the scientists during pandemic COVID-19, especially us, the scientists, what is this? Yeah. Do you see the future direction for the research in the future should be shifting into COVID-19 or related to COVID-19?
No. I don't think that it should shift to COVID-19. COVID-19 is one of the pandemics or one of the event which we had. Yes, it was a major global catastrophe, but the point is that the research should not shift to COVID-19, but research should take lessons from COVID-19. And one of my key lessons is, like we often say, our last mile connectivity, right? This, like say, for example, early warning, we say last mile connectivity. But last mile is like, we are starting from us, the scientists, and we are putting community at the end. That's the last mile. But I think what COVID-19 has taught us to change that last mile as the first mile. So we, the scientists, should need to go to the community, try to see what is the problem there, make that mile zero, and try to co-design and co-delivery of the solution. And that's what happened actually in many of these COVID-19 cases, because there was all need-based. So there was a need, there was a problem, and then there were new innovations which were coming out. So my take from there is that our mindset of the last mile connectivity should be changed to the first mile, and we should have more co-design approach with the community's needs. So that's the overall research sort of shift, which I hope to see in future for the disaster risk reduction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Shaw, for your wonderful talk and experience sharing. It's very, very interesting, actually, but unfortunately, our time is very limited. And now, on behalf of the committee, I would like to provide you with the certificate of appreciation for your contribution in the conference. The committee, can you please show the certificate for Professor Rajiv Shaw? Yeah. Okay, dear Professor Rajib Shaw, thank you very much for sharing with us as a keynote speaker in our AIWEST-DR 2021. And please accept this certificate of appreciation from the committee. And we hope to see you again in our next AIWEST-DR. And hopefully, you can visit Banda Aceh again soon in the near future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Professor Rajib Shaw. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our first keynote sessions in this morning. On behalf of the committee, I thank you very much for your participation during the first keynote session with our two wonderful speakers, Professor Fumihiko Imamura and Professor Rajib Shaw. We highly appreciate it for your questions and discussion. After the break, we still have much more interesting session to come, and please stay tuned and make sure to keep participating until the last day of the conference tomorrow. For now, let me close the first keynote session. I'm Sriana Lilis Susanti as your moderator this morning. Thank you very much. See you for the next session and hope to see you in our AIWEST-DR conference in the future. Now let me hand in the time and screen back to the committee, Taslia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Lilis. For now, we're going to have a break for 10 minutes.
really appreciate that I was invited to attend this meeting. As you know that last year around the same time, I was here attending another meeting. And I can see in such a short time, about 1 year, a lot of work has been done, a lot of new results has been produced. And yesterday I attended several sessions talking about how tsunami-affected region are being recovered and the comparison between Japan and here. Very interesting. Obviously, there are lots of challenges facing the situation, disaster, such as tsunami hazard, and a lot of work to be done. And I think we're making very good progress. And I still look forward to one afternoon's meeting.
Thank you very much. I like this conference very much, and I think it's a very relevant event where there's many scientists meeting. I'm especially impressed that people from Japan and Indonesia work together so closely. There's also other international guests, and I think both have to share experience about disaster, and it's very important, in my opinion, to commemorate this even more than a decade after such events.
As you mentioned,
my understanding is that next year the next conference will be held in Japan, I believe in Tohoku University. I think that would be really good. I encourage many Indonesian researchers to attend that meeting. I think by this kind of exchange will actually improve the quality of research in this University of Indonesia. And also Japanese definitely have a lot more experiences in dealing with disaster. They just had another earthquake and the tsunamis. And I think hopefully the Japanese organizers will also invite more international researchers to participate, and this will broaden up the
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, we now kindly invite you to the panel session with 3 honorable speakers. This session will be chaired by Dr. Ella Melianda, Assistant Professor in Civil Engineering at Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala, Coordinator of Disaster Risk Management Research Cluster in TDMRC. Her research background is coastal engineering with research interests of multidisciplinary research ranging from coastal engineering and processes, geospatial and hydraulic studies of disaster-affected coastal and watershed areas and their impacts on built environment. She graduated her PhD in the University of Twente in the Netherlands with the topic of research on morphological changes and development of the tsunami-affected coastal areas in Banda Aceh. She was former research fellow or postdoctoral researcher in the Inner Coast Project in Marum, University of Bremen in 2010 and in 2012, and in University of Paris 1 Pantheon-Sorbonne in 2017. Currently, she is the Indonesian project manager of the co-PI of the Resilient School Hubs project, collaboration between University College London, TDMRC, and Universitas Tadalaku. To Dr. Ella Melianda, the seat is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, a very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is my pleasure to moderate this panel session on the role of universities consortium in mega disasters. This panel session is dedicated to the joint effort of the universities in Indonesia, which are located at the disaster-prone areas, to help each other building the capacity of research and promoting disaster risk reduction to their respective sites, being some of the highest risk to extreme disaster region in Indonesia. From the most recent to the earliest disaster events, those universities include University Tadulako in Palu, Central Sulawesi, which was affected by the earthquake, tsunami, and liquefaction in September 2018. And previously, also with the University of Mataram in Lombok Island, which was devastated by the earthquake on the same year. And the earliest among the universities is Universitas Syahkuala in Banda Aceh, which was devastated by the tsunami in 2004. As the oldest sister of the three universities, in 2018, TDMRC had an initiative to foster the capacity building of the universities in terms of advancement of research through building collaboration among them to increase their respective capacity in research in disaster-associated field. So based on this background, I would like to welcome the three panelist speakers today. But before I introduce their names, I would like to have the audience attention to please you can write down the questions in case you have ones by sending the text to the direct message to AIWEST-DR host, where you can find it in the screen on the screen while the presentation is going on. So without further ado, here we already have the three speakers. The first one, I would like to welcome Professor Amar from the Universitas Tadulako. I think he's already here. So Professor Amar will talk about the lessons learned from the 2018 earthquake, tsunami, and liquefaction in Central Sulawesi. Before I welcome Professor Amar to give the talk, I would like to read a brief CV of him. Professor Amar is a lecturer and professor in Architectural Engineering Department at Universitas Tadulako. He graduated from Universitas Samratulangi Manado in 1993 to get his bachelor's degree in majoring in architect. In 2000, he completed his master's degree from Institut Teknologi Bandung, majoring urban and regional planning. And in 2012, he completed his doctoral from Universitas Hasanuddin Makassar in civil engineering major in environmental planning. In addition, aside from his current position as the Vice Rector for Development and Collaboration at Universitas Tadulako, he is also known as a chairman of the Indonesian Engineers Associated for Central Sulawesi. So with this, I would like to welcome Professor Amar to give the talk. I hand over the screen to you. Thank you.
Hello, Melinda, for this time for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all the greeting kindness to all of us. And I give to Excellency to the other keynote speaker here today, Professor Buan Ansari, is from Mataram University, and Dr. Shamsidik from TDRMC, Siakwala University. And then distinguished guests, all the organizing committee and the participant in the 13th Aceh International Workshop and Expo Sustainable Tsunami Disaster Recovery 2021. Please, before I want to share my screen. So let me see. How about? Is it good?
Yes, we can see your screen.
You can say,
Go
okay.
ahead, yes.
Thank you very much, moderator. Today, I want to give explanation about the lesson learned from the 2018 earthquake, tsunami, and liquefaction in Central Sulawesi. This is the small research for our team after the tsunami, after the earthquake, tsunami, and liquefaction in Central Sulawesi. First of all, I want to describe for you about the Palu earthquake and post-disaster condition, about the introduction first, history of the Palu earthquake and tsunami, and then the incident of the September 28, 2018, and then how due to post-disaster condition and how the suggestion about the Palu earthquake and tsunami before. This is first of all, I want to give you an introduction about the Central Sulawesi is an area in Indonesia with the complex geological condition and this tectonic system and is prone to earthquake disaster because it is too close to earthquake source that they are the sea end of the land. The source of the earthquake in the sea was sourced from North Sulawesi. You can see the picture, the map in the North Sulawesi island, while the source of the earthquake on land and sourced from several active faults, one of which was the name of the Palu Koro Fault. You can see in the line, in the picture, yes, on the red line, the picture. This the name is the Palu Koro Fault. Palu Koro Fault is the most active fault in the world, with a traveling speed about 25 to 30 millimeter per year. And every day in the Palu city is come to earthquake, but the small is a Richter. This is the fault has expanding about approximately 240 kilometers from the north Palu city to the south Malili of the Gulf of the Bone. You can see the red line. This is a very long line is the Palu Koro Fault. There's a very image for our island. Yes, and then we can see the history of the earthquake and tsunami in the center of Sulawesi. First of all, is December 1 to 1927. This name in the place is the Watu Sampo. The Watu Sampo, an earthquake is magnitude 6.5, shocks Palu city, and is the give a surrounding as the result of the tectonic activity centered by of the Palu. This accident caused for 15 dates and 14 dates and 50 is injuries. It's the first. The history of the earthquake is a very big earthquake. This is 6.5 scala Richter. And then the second is the August 14. It's 1938. The name is the Tambu Bay, Balesan district in Donggala. It's the same. A magnitude 6 earthquake shock. Central Sulawesi, which has central in Tambu Bay, yes, Balesan district, Donggala. This earthquake caused the tsunami as high as than 8 to 10 meters on the west coast of Donggala Regency. An estimate 200 people died, 790 houses damaged, and entry to the village was cause of Donggala nears is drowning, yes. And the second history of the earthquake tsunami moment is Donggala and Toli-Toli. There is very big one, the same Palu after that 2018. Its earthquake with magnitude is 7.4 was centered in Makassar Strait. The earthquake caused the tsunami that swept the West Donggala, coast of Donggala and Toli-Toli. And then at the fourth, there are October 11 in 1998 is Donggala and magnitude of 5.5 accurate shock Donggala district. Hundreds of buildings were badly damaged. And then it is Palu Central Sulawesi, January 24th, 2014. This is after the Aceh tsunami. We come to Palu. They are maybe only 1 month after that, 24th January 2015. Palu Central Sulawesi, his magnitude 66.2 earthquake shock Central Sulawesi. The epicenter was 60 kilometers south of Palu, south of Palu. At least 100 homes were damaged. 1 person died and 4 people were injured. And then November 17, 2008, Bol district is Central Sulawesi. That is the big one. This is a magnitude of 7.7 magnitude earthquake centered on the Sulawesi Sisok Buol district. Central Sulawesi, as many as people, 4 people died. And then August 18, 2012, Kulawi and Lindu Lakes, Central Sulawesi. They are more than 6.2 magnitude. The epicenter is estimated to lie between Kulawi and Lindu Lake, causing the deaths. More than 700 people is injured. There are many causes as a history his history about the earthquake in tsunami in the Central Sulawesi. This is the last before his 2018 to 28 September. How about the incident of September to 28, 2018, earthquake, tsunami, and liquefaction? This is this incident. We can see that. First of all, the earthquake occurred in Donggala, Central Sulawesi on the Friday. This is the Friday, September 28. At the time is jam 6 sore, he's 18 p.m. Yes, we had the strength of 7.5 magnitude. This the other say the 7.4. At epicenter coordinate is very deep from the sea, only 13.5 meter. The effect of the earthquake caused strong shock and tsunami. That is Palu City and Donggala, and liquefaction and occurred Petobo, Balaroa, John Elko, and South Sibalaya. You can see here in the map. You can check the magnitude of the tsunami, the epicenter. Yeah, magnitude is deeply more than 10 kilometers. Yes, before this Indonesia meteorology the data. In general, is the intensity of the earthquake was felt strongly during 2 and 5 seconds. It's under 2-5 seconds. By observing the location of the epicenter at deep of the epicentrum, the earthquake occurred due to the activity of the Palu Core Fault. They are all the Palu Core Fault. This is very, very, very. Okay, I will continue about the incur about the 28/7. You can see in the yellow one and the C one, the red one about the area, the coastal area, based on the tide gauge data from the station in Pantaloan and Mamuju port. The first appreciation of the tsunami occurred at Pantaloan port 6 meter minimal minutes after the earthquake. His 6 minutes after the earthquake. His same note from the epicenter is the land, but the tsunami come from the fall of the sea. Yeah, come here. It's 6 minutes after the earthquake come the tsunami. The peak of the wave then arrived 2 minutes later, causing tsunami 2 meters. But from observation of the survive indicated of the tsunami height around 2 and 6 meters. Yes. While recording of the Port Menuju tsunami at the Rafael indicated the estimated height less more than 0.5 meter. We can indicate the data about the tsunami, there are maybe like a car or the others that come to the building. As it's the same is the data of the tsunami more than 6 meters in the coastal area. Okay, we'll continue about that. Okay, sorry. This is RA's tourism. We can red line. You can see this is the tourism area. Is in the Palu city center with the variety activity, culture, and tourism. Here's the name called his Taman Ria. Why we can center of us concentrate with the Taman Ria is the most popular place to develop of the economic in the Palu city. Kalia hits the Taman Ria, the coastal area with the damage due to tsunami, with the quiet surf in experience several damage to the building of the shop, shopping center, hotel. In addition to the tsunami damage that occur on the beach also caused the movement and land subsidence to the weather condition, tight condition occur the center areas. This especially this the zone area is the red one. You can say Taman Ria area is we can see after that the condition after and before in the coastal area, especially for Taman Ria coastal area. And this is you can see in the 17 August 2008, after before tsunami, and then after tsunami in 1 October 2018. There are very many building is very damaged and losing, disappear building in the coastal area, especially in the Taman Ria. You can see digital and 17 August and 1 October. There are many buildings come damaged and disappear from the other coastal area. And then you can see August 2000 in the beach, especially the bridge is the yellow bridge in Palu is the very popular one, is my most popular. And August and the 1 October is the bridge is very damaged. It's very, very damaged bridge. You can see the condition after and before. Yes. The same time, this you can read the map about the there are many facility here: Masjid Agung, Masjid Apung, Palu Bridge, for Talisi Beach, Talisa Beach Pavilion popular. This is for the most popular area. Yes, is the green area in the seaside. You can see in August and October. Yes, the most damaged and isolated by water. The Masjid Apung, about the area damage, there are many housing is come to disappear. Palu Bridge collapsed. Yes, housing in this area is destroyed and disappear. I think there are many. The line is come disappear for the after and before the condition. Yeah, you can listen in here. In this one, you can see this is one area is from the image. The wall after the wiped out, including the community center, several caves this year. Okay, all vegetation in the worst area is destroyed before here. Yeah, after and before, and destroyed of resident building. The before he is building, and now he's destroyed and disappear building for the area. It's very seriously damaged for the other condition, especially for the coastal area in Taman Ria coastal area beach. And then we can see the picture, the photo about condition after and before. And this is one of the popular most, and before and after. This is the bridge. You can see in the picture is the Apung Masjid. This is in the very close with the Ramayana or Hypermart, and then Apung Masjid. Yes. And how about the Mercure Hotel? It's come for damage. All the Mercure is now come to zero building. You know. Okay. And then Baitul Rahman, this name Baitul Rahman, Palu Bridge, Apung Masjid, Mercure all condition before and after tsunami. You can see here. And then you can see the other condition, Roa Roa Hotel, is come to zero damage building. About the Anutapura Hospital, like this one, is fair damage. And then Tatura Mall Tatura before and after earthquake. This is our condition in 2018 and 28 September. And this is, and the other condition, how come the flood come here, the condition of the coastal area, especially in the Taman Ria. This is, there is a very interesting picture. You can see the ship here, yeah? The ship come to the land, yes, yeah? This is after the tsunami. This is a very bad condition about the tsunami, yeah? This is the flood come to the other coastal area. This is the before earthquake. You can see the line, he's straight, and then after that he's come to more than 50 centimeter or 1 or 50 centimeter, 1 meter or and half meter. He's come to about the earthquake fault, about the fault. He's not to line now. Yes, you can do after earthquake. Samudra state before and after is changed due to fault about Palukoro fault. And then you can see this, the road after and before is come to float from the sea, yes. Before he's the building, and now he's come to empty land, especially for the coastal area. Chumi Street before and after quake, part of the road have the lost due the fall of the tsunami. And then this is very interesting one about before and after in Balaroa. You can see the right line here, zone, after and before Balaroa, more than 50 hectare is come to about the liquefaction. Yes, there are more than 500 housing has come to lose from the area. The Balaroa is the liquefaction. Yeah, it's a very huge. Yes, it is a liquefaction about 40 hectare. The same time you can read the condition in the Balaroa. The housing all is come to the zero zone. Yeah, come. Not one is the building is you can see is a good one. It's a very damaged area. I think in Balaroa condition after the liquefaction. And then you can see the second one is the Petobo. Petobo is a very weight area is the liquefaction. They are more than 181 hectare more than. Yes, you can see the housing zone, and then now to empty land about the liquefaction. Yeah, it's very interesting for the other research can come from the Palu, especially Balaroa, as about the Petobo, about the Jonoge. This is one of the most popular research about the liquefaction. But the other research said it's not like liquefaction. They are maybe landsliding, and he said in the name of the local name, his said is Nalodo. Nalodo is like the left locked down. It's not liquefaction, I think. Yes, this is the condition before and after in Petobo. And the second one, you can see the condition in Petobo. Yeah, although the car, road, building, empty land of all the his come to empty land, zero condition now. Yes, liquefaction. And the second one is the liquefaction about, it's very big one. It's very big one in the Jonoge. Jonoge, the big one is more than 209 hectare. Yes, come the building, and then now is the empty building. This is the condition Citra 70 August and then 1 October 2018. It's a very different. It is as you can see in the YouTube sometime. The other land, the other former has come to landsliding to the other place. Yes, you can see here before and after the condition about the Janoego is very white liquefaction area before. I think this is a condition. Yes, after liquefaction. How this is the condition of the post disaster data is November 1, 2018, where PNBP the casualties about more than 2,000 hits dying, yes, to date, more than 400 in 1976, more than 1,000 injured, yes, 2,004 serious injured, 18,000 is minor injured, his loss bear, and more than evacuated 180 people is evacuated. It's a very, very huge about. This is the condition about the body, about the land. There are many, many seriously in the after the condition of the earthquake. Yes, this is the photo. The other condition you can see yes, you can know temporary shelter is very, very. This is about the community of the other country come to give helping the others, like the temporary shelter to for the people after the earthquake and tsunami. This is about the evacuation people in the area of tsunami. This is very, very dangerous and very, very difficult because it's a very, there are many buildings come to damage the Roa. And then maybe in the last, I want a suggestion about the lesson learned about that. The lack of the attention from the local government and community on the potential impact of earthquake with many casualties and critically. The activity is the city of Palu, Donggala, and Sigi, caused by the earthquake and tsunami. Socialization need to be done to increase the knowledge of the community and local government regarding the action that must be taken if an earthquake occurs, so the risk and impact can be minimized. And the second, zoning to mapping zone disaster-prone area can be used as a guide to mitigation as well as is determined to the location for development, both residential and other public facility. And finally, Taman Ria Beach for our research area. It's a landmark of the city and become the commercial district as well as important source of income for the Palu city. As a result of earthquake and tsunami, the area has become unproductive because of the damage. There are no mitigation methods to the disaster risk. The retaining wall model can be solution to the protect coastal area from the tsunami strike and revitalization to support the function and benefit of the Taman Ria coastal area. They are the retaining wall we want to design to be planned along the Palu Bay is slightly different compared to with the design in general due to the condition of the Palu Bay is passed by fault. So we need to be made innovation with combination of retaining wall and the wall and mangrove. This is the model of the we can suggestion about the coastal Palu area retaining wall, like this one. You can see maybe this is retaining wall. And finally, our research about the test temporarily evacuation area. Until now he's not test in the Palu seaside, and I want to suggest in the government now we can give a build about the test temporary evacuation area. The other suggestion, thank you very much for our representative. I hope that you can give a lesson learned about the earthquake, tsunami, and liquefaction in Central Sulawesi. Thank you, Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Amar, for your very informative presentation regarding the current situation and the planning from the government dealing with the post-disaster effect, post-disaster in Palu area. Without further ado, I would like to now invite the second speaker. That is Professor Buan Ansari from Universitas Mataram. Professor Buan Ansari will talk about the lessons learned from the earthquakes in Lombok. And I would like to read a little bit of his CV. Professor Buan Ansari is a professor and lecturer in the Department of Civil Engineering at Universitas Mataram. His educational background was he finished bachelor degree in 1997 in Universitas Mataram and finished master's degree in 2001 at the University of Liverpool, and also for the doctoral degree in 2013 also in Liverpool. And his research interest is structural timber and finite element modeling. He is also actively doing community service activities related to his wood and bamboo construction expertise. Currently, he is appointed as a coordinator of research in LPPM Universitas Mataram. So before I hand over the screen to Professor Buan, I would like to remind the audience, if you have any questions from the previous speaker, Professor Amar, and also the upcoming speakers, please do text us in the AIWEST-DR host in the you can find on the screen in the chat box, and then we can collect the questions and we have the question and answer at the end of the session. So I would like to invite Professor Buan Ansari. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Ella, for the opportunity to share some information from Mataram University about Lombok earthquake in 2018. May I share screen? Could you see my screen and hear my voice clearly?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Okay. Firstly, I'd like to greet to distinguished speaker, Professor Amar and Dr. Samsidik. Professor Amar, see you again. We met offline in Mataram on February 2020, just before COVID pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you for the committee for the opportunity to give me to talk about lesson learned from Lombok, Aceh International Workshop and Expo on Sustainable Tsunami Disaster Recovery 13 now. So I am Buan Ansari from Civil Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Mataram University. Let's start with the like before the story of earthquake. As we know, we should aware, but the Lombok Island's position is between two main thrusts. Actually, at the north is Flores Back Arc Thrust, and in the south this Mega Thrust Sumba. So the source of the earthquake in 2018 is from the north. So close to North Lombok. This is the illustration or cross-section illustration of the location of earthquake in 2018. This is in the brown one is Lempeng, Indonesia, Australia. This is India Ocean. This is the Rinjani, the famous mountain in Lombok. This is the thrust at the north, back up thrust. This is the source of earthquake, last earthquake, big earthquake in Lombok. I got this information from Pusken 2018. So this is the information about the earthquake. It's begin with the pre-shock and the main shock and aftershock. The summary of Lombok earthquake in 2018, a series of earthquakes occurred from the end of July until the end of August in 2018. It's was recorded 2 main shocks and more than 2,000 signs recorded for the post-shock or earthquake. In terms of the damage caused by the 2008 Lombok earthquake, about 212 something thousand total house damage, 840 schools damage, 52 facilities units health damage, and about 128 units of worship facility and infrastructure facilities. This is a short from BNPB 2018. As we can see from the map on the left, there are 2 main shocks of the earthquake at the time. The first one, it started with the 29th of July. This is the pre-shock of the earthquake, followed by the main earthquake on the 5th of August in the night. This is a very, very big earthquake. I can feel at the times many people panic about the tsunami issue. So many people go around by car or something, bicycle to go around. So the second main shock is 19th of August in the night, and the aftershock about 19th of August. About the scale is 6.3 Skala Richter. For the main is 7.0 and 9.9. In terms of the victim, people as victims, about more than 500 people died and 1,584 people were injured, and evacuated people about 390,000. And according to report from BPBD, West Nusa Tenggara Province, the total loss about 17.4 trillion rupiah. So this is the briefly about the earthquake at the time. If we can see the more detail about each earthquake, the first is Polsok in the 29th of July. The depth is about 24 kilometers in the north of Lombok. There's 6.4 Richter scale, and the main shocks in the night is 5th of August 2018. In the scale is 7.0, and the depth of 32 kilometers. But this is the massive biggest one of the earthquake at the time. So at this 5th of August, there is issue of tsunami. So many panic of people around Mataram city or around Lombok Island. After that, on the 9th of August, this is pre-shock, about 5.9 Richter scale at a depth of 14 kilometers. And on the 19th of August, the next aftershock in the afternoon, about 6.3 depth of 14 kilometers. I feel it's quite big. Even this is the 6.3 at the time, because like shaking in the vertical way. So it is a massive damage at even this is aftershock. The second main shocks in the 19th of August in the night with the Richter scale 6 in the intensity, 6.9 in the depth of 10 kilometers. This is the epicenter in the east of Lombok. According to BMKG, recorded from 19th of August until 29th of August, about 459 occur, and we feel quite big, about 23 earthquake. So this is the damage of building situation photo when the pre-shock on the 29th of July. This is pro-shock, but damaged, heavily damaged all house in the Sambelier, East Lombok. This is the pre-shock of earthquake, the first one in 29th of July. Yeah, this is the most some public health centers or damaged at the time in the Sambelier. This photo is the main situation in the Mataram city when the main shock on the 5th of August occurred. So after but in Mataram, just a few building heavy damage. Most of them is half damage or partially damaged. Yeah, this is the picture of our university, Mataram University, especially in Faculty of Engineering, my faculty. This is a picture of the roof of our faculty. Even the structure is good, stable, but some roof and some cracking occur at the wall of the building. But structurally, it's okay. The column or beam is still at position with the right stiffness. University hospitals partly damaged, have many damage, especially in wall. And actually, this column is not the real one. This is just the extent of width of column from brick, so not the structural part of column. Even if this is the just extended of width of column. So structurally it's okay. This hospital of University Mataram. This is the postgrad building school, postgrad school building in Mataram. This is the new building, but I think not good and take for the binding between wall and columns, not good tight. So at the time it's from the ground floor until the third floor or fourth floor, it's collapsed. The wall, the wing wall is collapsed. At the time, the government released instruction of President number 5/2008 about acceleration of post-earthquake rehabilitation and reconstruction in West Lombok Regency, North Lombok Regency, Central Lombok Regency, East Lombok Regency, Mataram City, and the next island, Sumbawa Island. The affected area is Sumbawa Regency and West Sumbawa Regency. So in total, 7 regency affected area at the time. There are 3 main points to be implemented from governments at the time. The government has taken policy not to build shelter or temporary housing, but to provide shelter or permanent house. So the government plan not to build shelter or temporary and want to build directly with the permanent house. Secondly, the government immediately repairs damaged house with heavy damage, categories in heavy damage, half damage, and partially damaged. Due to the earthquake, using the ready use fund, we call Dana Siap Pakai to finance the source. But the finance just to stimulate, to build house for community. At the time, about 50 million for heavy damage, 25 million for half damage, and 10 million for partly damage. Of Site Indonesia rusak berat, rusak ringan, and rusak sedang and rusak ringan. And the third one is the implementation of rehabilitation and reconstruction of house for the disaster victim with the community-based self-management. So this is the new method to build house. A little bit different apply in Aceh or Yogyakarta. So this is we call pemberdayaan, the community-based self-management in transparent and accountable manner. Yeah, this is the main factor why the process of rehabilitation is a bit late until now, still have a house not yet to be built. This is the main factor of the method to build house, use community-based self-management. At the time, there is this is some type of house. It is I think this is some of the weakness because many of house to be offered to the community. So sometimes the community cannot choose directly because many choose type of house. Some of them I saw here. Actually, there is 19 types in our record of permanent house, the model of permanent house, which was approved by technical government institution. The first one is RISA. This is the first one. The second one is RICO. Yeah, this is most of people or community choose these two type of house. RISA is this precast concrete. RICO is the conventional one. Use concrete, brick, and partition. The wall just partition like asbestos. The third one, there is Rita. This is come from Malaysia. Rita use light steel and use pier, I think, in the foundation, like base insulation. The fourth one is Risba. Risba is came from the Gajah Banda University house. That then use galvanized steel as main structure. The fourth one is Rika. This is actually people like Rika because from wood or timber, but the availability of material, I think, lack of the ability in Lombok. So we need to come check from the other island or from Kalimantan the material for Rika. The next one is Kumak. This is like panel, sandwich panel. Kumak. This panel use. This is very light material. The last one is CLT house. This is a later one after 18 come, and the last one is CLT house. This is actually part of my research in timber. Actually, this is the good one because very durable. Come from actually from West Java. And the material is from Jabon wood in West Java. Until now, the progress of house, earthquake resistant house in Lombok about 28 or 27%. So almost finished all. Yeah, this is the roughly summary of each district. Each regency. West Lombok, East Lombok, Mataram City, Central Lombok, West Sumbawa, and Sumbawa. At the time, as implementation of instruction of President number 5, 2008, so many parties involved in this process for rebuilding, rehabilitation and construction. Actually, there is 19 ministry and many board and 6 government, local government, regency, and NGO, private sector, community, and academicians like us. So the progress until now in building earthquake resistant house in Lombok, if we can see from each district, almost finished 100%, except the North Lombok. The problem is North Lombok. Actually, this is the massive damage in North Lombok, but until now, the progress of building house are around 88%, because some data is still not valid. That's why it's a bit late to finish all. Other district, other regency, Sumbawa, West Sumbawa, East Lombok, West Lombok, and Mataram City already finished 100% to build. Some is financial report, some still not finished in Lombok Barat, West Lombok, and North Lombok. We have many collaboration to this process, like from campus, we say KKN Community Service, disaster team, work with UNRAM, Universitas Mataram, work with private university, Muhammadiyah Mataram, work with other to recovery community economy, and in the psychology manner, so trauma healing also be done. This is some activity of our university during time, like rapid assessment in Mataram City for school and public infrastructure, collaboration with other university or local government. At the time, there is Andalas University come to Mataram to help us to make a rapid assessment something, and Gajah Mada University also work with us to make some assessment in the some area in North Lombok. This is Professor Nijam, at that time is Dean of Faculty of Engineering in Gajah Mada. This is the temporary shelter built by ITB at the time from bamboo. This is used for temporary shelter of refugee. Yeah, this is the student of Mataram University and ITB. In city, Mataram City, we work with Board of Research and Development, Mataram City, to talk about disaster management mitigation. So we go to about 6 districts in Mataram City to tell about the importance of mitigation and aware of house with earthquake resistant. We did workshop and training regarding this assessment. We invite Pak Teddy Bun, maybe there, come to Mataram to give us workshop and training how to make house with good in resistant in earthquake resistant. We make a demonstration of ferro cement application in wall. Yeah, as part of our duty as a university, we make community service in North Lombok from 2019, 2020, and 2021. We did about how to build a house with good resistance to earthquake. And we work with, collaborate with the NTB, Indonesia National Board for Disaster Management, such as technical assistant in social, economy, and infrastructure. In terms of social, some location focus in affected area, like the Manggala village in Pemenang, North Lombok, Karangbajo in Bayan district, Aikbrit di Central Lombok, I think Batu Liang Utara, Sembalun, East Lombok. So in total, eight locations. This is collaborate with BNPB to make impact to stimulate the social activity. In terms of small enterprise of community, so actually in the four regency we make in coffee and many product of home industry of the community in four regency. You can see there is chocolate, there is honey, sugar, brown sugar, and so on. One thing I want to show you, but we built early warning system for tsunami in Mandalika area, together with workshop and training for local community on disaster resilience. The latitude of this EYS is about 25 meters over the sea. The height of tower about 12 meters. So in total, the sea about 47 meters from the ground. So can cover about radius 3 kilometers about from the location. This is in close to the Mandalika circuit in Kuta Beach, Lombok. Some lesson learned we can adopt from Japan as recommendation. I can show this as regulation in national level and national government support funding. In terms of post recovery, so we need to make plan in 3 years term disaster recovery plan. There's an annual disaster recovery plan, mitigation as priority, elderly and disability as priority, resilience infrastructure development, and we need to focus on the coordinating and implementation, like local leadership played important role, support from national level, organized system, research from university as manual. In terms of mitigation, so we need to warning zone, to provide warning zone and segment to increase people awareness on natural disaster, development of mitigation infrastructure, develop evacuation road based to safety zone, and suppress land development in vulnerable area. In terms of institutional aspect, strengthening the role of cooperation of each development actor, develop community that is resilient to disaster, like Indonesia now is Tangguh Desa Tangguh Bencana Resilience Village. Institutional aspect as well is preparing disaster education. Probably need to provide disaster curriculum from the primary school, starting from the basic level. Develop a consortium of disaster between university. We already developed, as the moderator said, UNSIA, UNTAD, and UNRAM already done. In terms of regulation, to be reviewed and revised all existing regulation related to disaster and the national or regional level. In terms of financial budgeting aspect, involve the private sector in handling post-disaster, preparing post-disaster for funding through disaster insurance. Yeah, this is the end of my presentation. Yeah, I would like to promote our destination, wonderful destination in Lombok. This is in Sumbawa Island, Pulau Moyo Island. We are glad if the participant can visit this. And this is in Lombok, famous with Gili Terawangan or Gili Air and Gili Manuk. I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you very much for kind attention. See you in Lombok in the near future time. Hand into Dr. Ella.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Buan Ansari, for your very informative presentation and about how far Lombok has been recovered, and there are so many programs that has been implemented during the recovery periods. So yeah, I would thank you once again, Professor Buan Ansari, and we are now stepping into the last speaker of today. I would like to invite Dr. Shamsidik to come to the stage next to me because we are in the same room here in Banda Aceh, and this is the live session, as much as possible live session we can have. So I would like to introduce to you the CV of Associate Professor Dr. Samsidik. So Dr. Samsidik is an Associate Professor at the Civil Engineering Department, majoring in Coastal Engineering. A coastal degree holder, graduated from Toyohashi University of Technology, Japan. He finished his master's degree in the University of Science, Malaysia, majoring coastal environmental modeling. His research focuses are coastal engineering, numerical modeling for the coastal areas, tsunami modeling, and disaster preparedness. He has been involved in a number of regional research activities, such as strengthening resilience of coastal and small islands communities towards hydrometeorological hazards and impacts of climate change, or STRESSCOM, funded by the UNESCO Japan Funds in Trust, partnership of the enhanced engagement in researches, or PEER, sponsored by USAID, National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine, or NASEM, of the United States. At the moment, Dr. Shamsidik leads the Superiska project, which is funded by the LPDP financed by the Ministry of Finance Indonesia. And currently, we happy to announce that he is being appointed recently as the director of TDMRC Universitas Syah Kuala. So I would like to invite Dr. Shamsidik to present the topic Lessons Learned from the Sunda Strait Tsunami. The place is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ella Malienda, the chair of this panel sessions. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Amar from Universitas Tadulako, and also Honorable Professor Buan Ansari from Universitas Mataram. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for having me in these sessions. And again, I would like to reiterate my thanks to the previous keynote speakers, Professor Fumihiko Imamura and Professor Rajib Shaw. Both keynote speakers are from Japan, and we are very happy to have you in those sessions. And yeah, for today, I would like to share some what we have identified and what we have learned from the case of Mount Anak Krakatau tsunami that occurred in 2018, almost the same time as in the case of the earthquake in Lombok Island. Lombok Island earthquake was in September, and then this Mount Anak Krakatau tsunami was in December 2018. And it happened to me that for TDMRC sent a group to conduct a post-event survey in Banten and also in Lampung, South Lampung of Sumatra, just about 3 days after the event. And then just last month in September, we also went to the same places where we did the post-event surveys. And then we collect some data and we observe some recovery process that have been conducted in those areas. I include some names over here on my slide, if you could see that. There are Dr. Benazir and Professor Adiantra Triatmaja. These are very distinguished researchers and professors from Universitas Gadjah Mada in Yogyakarta, and also Professor Anwar Supasri, my colleagues from IRIDES of Tohoku University, and Nadri Pratama, our researchers here at TDMRC. Since this slide is operated by committee, please next. Yeah, as we are aware that this one of the important event that was very interesting to learn, because this is one of the volcanogenic tsunami that happened in the last century and killed a number of people. Might be very relevant to other volcanogenic tsunami prone area or countries, maybe in Italy or somewhere in Greece. Why we call this special? Because it's very hard to find technology nowadays that can incorporate technology to give early warning that generate by a volcanogenic tsunami, like the case of the Sunda Strait tsunami. There are over 400 people died because of the tsunami and more than 30,000 people injured. And at the report when it was completed by BNPB, there were still people missing from the event. If you could remember of the event, at that night, it was very unclear what was the cause of the tsunami at that time. The first wave attacked the region about 10 p.m. at night. Some people say it might be because of the high wave event combined with high tides. But not until 1 a.m. the next day, people realized this was not because of the extreme waves or high tides. It was because of the tsunami, and it was generated by the flank collapse of the Anak Krakatau caldera, actually. Well, another point that I want to also raise here, that actually there was one publication released in 2012 mentioning that the southwest flank of the Mount Anak Krakatau is very susceptible to be collapsed. And once it is collapsed, that it could create a very massive tsunami to the surrounding area. Even in that paper, they mentioned that about 45 meters of the wave could be generated if the flank collapsed. However, this kind of information was not transmitted through other people. It's only on publication. I don't think like community at the risk, prone tsunami risk area, they understand this kind of number. So this is why another example that we need to consider when we need to communicate the research result into community, because these can save lives. Just that assuming if this kind of information trigger or motivate local disaster management agencies in that district, I believe that they will give some effort or anticipate this kind of tsunami. Next, please. My objective to present in this session is that first, probably just elaborate and inform to what happened after the tsunami, and then also to explore how the recovery process done in those areas. So we did the survey, almost the same places where we did in 2018. So we monitored some places in Banten and also in South Lampung of Sumatra Island. Next, please. Yeah, so we did that in between December 24 until January 3rd, 2019. So it took us about 10 days in the field to measure the impacts of the 2018 tsunami. And then we did another one in last September, mapping the condition around the affected area. Next, please. Next, yeah, this the area that I mentioned earlier. So there are 5 locations actually we did for the post-event survey, and almost the same places except for the location number 5. If you could see in the map, we did not go to that place in the last survey that we did in September. Next, please. Yeah, this is the tide gauge data that we filtered from gauge station data around the Sunda Strait. So it took about 30 minutes. Some places in Banten, like in Marina Jambu and in Ciwandan, you could see that probably it took some minutes, more than 20 minutes, to reach the coastal area of the gauge stations. But some other, like in Kota Agung and Panjang, it took shorter times to travel and to generate the first wave around the coastline. Next, please. These are the flow depth, tsunami flow depth actually, in Serang and Pandeglang district of Banten, which is actually interesting to see that the flow depth in those areas that I display over here, they're not really uniform. I mean, some area you could find some identifications of the flow depths and the effect of the tsunami, but some are spared. I mean, nothing happened over there. You probably could not see any evidence of the big waves coming out or run up on the shore area, because maybe because of the morphology and the shape of the coastal that will not be affect the wave or the tsunami wave in this case to create any run-up in those areas. Unlike in the 2004 event, 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, of course, along the 800 kilometers of Aceh, you could see continuously effect of the tsunami waves without stop. I mean, you can see along that 800 kilometers, you could see that evidence of the tsunami. But in this case, some area you could see, but the other areas could be deserted from those impacts of the tsunami. Next. This is how we measure the damage, and then how we measure the flow depth. For example, on the right-hand side of the figure, you could see a stair over there. So if a sediment deposited on those levels, so we assume that this was the height of the flow depth at that point. Next, please. This the tsunami where we found the largest tsunami boulders. Maybe the next figure will show us how big the tsunami boulders was transported because of the tsunami wave at the time. Next, please. Yeah, this was the largest actually. There were many boulders along the area, but this was the largest one. So the diameter of the boulder, almost 3 meters. You could see that the height of the person, Dr. Benazir over there actually. So it passed the height of Dr. Benazir. And the right-hand side was the situation that we figured out after 3 years of the tsunami. So nothing happened, the water is still there. One question from my colleagues over here, what would be the heritage of the tsunami we better preserve? So probably this one of the tasks we need to think, what can we do with this kind of boulders to remind people about the threat and the danger of tsunami. Next, please. Yeah, this is also the flow depth at the Lampung side. The flow depth over here were lower compared to the tsunami flow depths that we measure at the Banten side. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, right. See, on this slide, you could see that on the left-hand side, it actually a map, or sorry, not a map actually. It's a kind of aerial image took by drone, mapping the impacts of the tsunami just some days after the event. It shows us the length of the run-up, about 170 meters, and also how wide the area was affected during that time. That was about 3 years ago. Then in September last month, we went to the same place, and you could see that the area quite green right now, because the affected area was not supposed to be a place to resettle at the same place anymore. So people were relocated to other places. There are several resettlement program in these districts. But this is one of, probably, if I could say, this is one of the best example of the construction process done after this event. Unlike the other area, maybe not that successful. Maybe the next figures, the next slide will show us. Next, please. Like this one. So on the left-hand side, this one is in Sumur in Banten. Just some days after the event, you could see that the area quite deserted. There were some shops actually along the coastline, but they were destroyed because of the tsunami wave. But on the right-hand side, you could see the recent condition of the Sumur after 3 years after the tsunami. The same building, almost the same types of the building, like shop or other kind of buildings, then constructed at the same places. But please reminded that they are different person than the one that were affected because of the tsunami 2018. The survivors were relocated to other place, but then a new people come to that place and construct a new houses, new shop, and so on over there. So it's probably a kind of intriguing questions whether resettlement is a good answer for several tsunami cases like this one. If we relocate people to other places, probably we can relocate them. But how then we prevent those areas being used as a residential or other purposes that might increase another risk. So it kind of a written risk that repeat again and again if we not carefully think about how to relocate people and how then we can maintain to reduce the risk by not allowing people to settle at the same place just at the coastline like this one. That's a big question that we need to answer in this case. Next, please. This is another example in Carita in Banten. For tourism area like this one, because it is owned by a big private hotel complex, for example, they face difficulties to reconstruct the facilities. So at the end, you could see that the area is still the same as we found in 2018. So nothing happened. So the damaged building still there. Next, please. About reconstruction houses, we measure several places. There are two cases that I would like to display here. One is in Panimbang in Banten. These are the reconstruction houses complex in Panimbang. The material that they use to construct the houses are very light, and the neighbor, the voice from one house and the next houses is like no barrier at all. So it's quite disturbing for family to stay in a long time like this. We were actually wondering whether this is a kind of temporary shelters or permanent, but they say that this is a permanent houses. So they will stay there for quite long period of time. So I'm not sure how then they cope with this kind of problem. We have to think that how to reduce the social problem due to the design of the reconstruction houses. Next one. And we found better in Waimuli in South Lampung, where they use very good material, I think, better than the Panimbang one. And they managed this quite nicely. we found that the survivors who used these houses, they were happier to stay in this complex than the one they stayed before the tsunami, because at this place they can have a better house, and then they can still run their economic activity. Like some survivors, they open online shops, for example. So they don't have to open the shop anymore on the street, but they just open it from their houses. So it's very good idea for them to continue their life like this. And we consider this a quite good example for others. Next, please. Yeah, about escape building, maybe next figure, next please. Yeah, this one is the only official tsunami escape building that we found in Labuan. Quite big, but again, as other cases like the one that we observed also in Banda Aceh or in Aceh in general, maybe we need to think again, having a single-purpose tsunami escape building. Because once the tsunami warning released, sometimes the tsunami escape building was not used properly. As in the case of 2012 in Banda Aceh, among 6 tsunami escape buildings, only one of them was used properly for people to evacuate. Others were deserted, no one ran to those buildings. So almost the same like this one in Labuan during the 2018, very few people ran to the building and used the building as an escape building. So maybe we need to think about having multi-purpose escape building instead of single purpose like this one. Next one. Next, please. Yes. We managed to circle the Mount Anak Krakatau complex. So, the caldera of the Mount Anak Krakatau quite now lower, and you could see that the material that was actually from the 2018 still there, but the height of the caldera now is quite very low, and not as steep as the one before 2018. Next, please. Yeah, another thing that we were interested to explore was how about the small island communities around the Krakatau complex. One of them, we went to Sebesi Island, very close to the Mount Anak Krakatau. They actually still live there, and they were not really seriously affected by the tsunami, the 2018 tsunami. Very interesting. Why? Maybe we need to know why there was no big wave hit this island. But very few activities involving communities like this one. I mean, activities that increase the tsunami preparedness. And another one that is interesting to us was there were 3 tide gauge installed at the same place at the Sebesi Island. These 3 tide gauge were operated by different agencies and different departments. Still, question to my mind: why do we want all 3 gauge station at the same place? Why don't we just distribute to somewhere else? Maybe that can, help to complete or to increase the reliability of our tsunami warning using tide gauge. Instead of installing all of them at the same point, we could see that in this figure. Next, please. So some notes to end my presentation. Number 1 is the threat of the tsunami generated by Mount Anak Krakatau would unlikely to come very soon because the slope of the caldera now is very mild, and the height of the caldera is very low. But there are still other sources that could potentially generate tsunamis like the one that come from Sunda Arc. Secondly, about the recovery process, both site decide to relocate people, but it happened in different scenarios. And we see that some of the people, even different people, return to the same place where it was once hit by the tsunami. Maybe we need to think about that also. Lastly, about the community at a small island, we need to think how to increase their community tsunami preparedness because they have very limited access to fast and accurate information to early warning system. Although all the gate stations that I showed earlier were installed very close to them, but they don't know how to, to retain any information from those equipment. So that my presentation for today. I hope this can contribute to the discussion, and thank you. So I return this to Dr. Ella. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Shamsidik, for your very insightful presentation related to the Sunda Strait tsunami that specifically caused by different trigger. Previously we know that tsunami was triggered by either the subduction that moved from the seafloor, but this one is specifically because of the landslide from the volcano on the coastal area, and how the community dynamics recovery after that, and decision they made whether to return or to get away from the coastlines. So thank you once again. So I would like to invite again Professor Amar and Professor Buan. Thank you for being patient to wait until the end of this panel session. And let's have some questions from the audience. So far we have now, I know the time is very limited, so we try to answer as many questions as possible. With me right now, we have two questions. First, from the Yani Motik, Bu Yani Motik. The question is to both first speakers, Professor Amar and Professor Buan, but maybe I would like to extend it also to Dr. Shamsidik to answer this. The question is, what is government policy toward the small and medium enterprise who are affected by disasters? Is there any action taken for the preparedness for this small and medium scale of enterprises? Maybe Professor Amar would like to start to answer?
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ella. I would like to give an explanation about what the government rule about the condition about after the tsunami. Until now, there are many conditions about that. But until now, especially for the temporary shelter, about the facility, until now it has a very, very less to come from the government, because there are many, especially for after the natural disaster, has come to non-natural disaster, the pandemic. That's like the Sulawesi Tengah, which is the central Sulawesi. There are two kind of the disaster here now. But till now, there are many to give allocation, especially for the founding about the temporary shelter to the other people, especially for the three location about the Balaroa and Jonioge and Petobo. There are more than 10,000 new housing to the other people. And now he's give one rule about the land. This is about this very problem about the land execution. But now, Alhamdulillah, God will, now he's a very very fastly to come to the other for the housing, about the temporary housing for the other damaged building in the other. And then secondly, about the facility and how to make a collaboration with the other organization to give our knowledge about our skill to the other people who is come to the match about the earthquake, like the PNBP. We have to collaboration with about to develop the economic development for the citizen, how to make a special area for our people to make a economic development for the other. I think it's not much to give, but and the other is there are many team to about to building the image, building code and building infrastructure to give direction how to build the building, good construction, good facility, and the other. There are many teams here now, and there how to make a good smart city to give information about the tsunami, about the earthquake. There are many rule about that, I think. But it's a very not to run fast, but they are that government has to give a direction and give a rule about that, I think. Thank you, Ella.
Thank you, Professor Amar, for your very very good answers from different aspects. And I would like to welcome Professor Buan for giving comments on the questions.
I think I already mentioned in my presentation before, but there is some assistance from us, from Mataram University, in terms of the economic assistance to the small and medium enterprise. Probably from the local government, I mean relevant local government like corporation or industry and trade, like we said in Indonesia, dinas koperasi and perdagangan industry, like that, where we gave training or workshop to the people or community with affected area there, and we are as accommodation to mediate or to facilitate the process to stimulate how the people effective mainly in the small and medium enterprise to help them to generate, I mean, like to give like workshop or training how to make their product like home industry product to maybe in marketing use online or something, and how to make packing in good appearance to make people interested to buy. That's some kind of activity. Like I saw in my presentation before, in Lombok there is like coffee, like bean or honey and something, products by community in the fourth part or four regency, North Lombok, West Lombok, East Lombok, some of sub-district or village. We make a program with BNPB, as I said before, so to help them to start with the product to sell in good condition, something. I think that's all I want to deliver.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Ella.
Thank you very much, Professor Buan. Would you like to add comments on that SME regarding the case of Sunda Strait problem?
Yeah, just short comments. What we observe.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. About the small, medium, and enterprise, we observe that the role of women in increasing the capacity of family economy is very important. And there were several places where we identify that the role of women in running small enterprise is very important. And that's why I think why then the Department of Commerce and Industry in each of check. Sorry. Yeah. Again, the role of the Commerce and Industry Department at both of the provinces by including women participation in some of the training to increase SME is an excellent example. So that's my comment, Dr. Ella. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shamsidik, for your insightful comments regarding the SME at Sunda Strait. So we are really approaching towards the end of our session, which already very late. But let me address one last question from the audience to Professor Shamsidik here. Thank you for your enlightening presentation. It is from Rizky Aningrum. I am currently working on CBSI for my thesis on the historical perspectives. Speaking of 3 gauges you mentioned, what are the institutions? Why do you think these 3 institutions putting the same gauge in the same place? Does it correlate with technical aim, or does it to lack of coordination among institutions? That's the questions.
Thank you so much for the questions. Your question is almost similar what in my mind right now. So I maybe not be able to directly respond why those all 3 gauges installed at the same place. My assumption is that just for having a backup, once this equipment fail, probably the other one will back up the equipment. So, but why we need 3 for the backup? I'm not sure. But certainly, these all equipment, all gauges were installed by different agencies. You can